You love to leave, just stay for a while. The longer you stay, the better the time. You listen to your friends, they lie. I don't mind, I don't mind. Feelings get caught up in mine. Shooting star passed by my eye. And I don't know just what to do. You won't blow my high. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. You wanna stay, just stay for long. 'Cause you got the sweetest touch I know. You might just dance with the other guys, but I don't mind. I know you're mine. I don't care just what they say. Loving you long takes the pain away. So when you look me in my eyes, will you take some time? Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. It's just I can't fight this feeling. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't fight this feeling. Oh, yeah. Don't fight this feeling. Don't fight this feeling. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long. Don't you stop turning me on. I wanna feel like this all night long.
What time is it, guys? Well, watch say 6:30, but it's Miami, bitches.
Baby, I want you to leave, but you stay. My brain and my heart ain't the same. So will I let you in? As long as you won't do this to me again, baby. When I left my heart in your hands, you left me scarred at the dance. Baby, let's not do this again. We're just friends. Picked you up with a smile on my face. Wanted to end the night in my place. We need to, baby. But I always know how this ends if you gon' play me. Ooh, yeah, baby. Felt like I left out the prom with my date. You didn't read all the signs in my face. That tonight was supposed to be our night. Yeah. But would you look at the time? I'm racing against it. Your heart's in my heart. Come place it against it. I still both want the sensation. So can we play with the stars tonight? Can we make them all align? So what's it gonna be? Yeah. 'Cause tonight's so baby. Can we play with the stars tonight? Can we make them all align? So what's it gonna be? Yeah. 'Cause tonight's so baby. She left me back in my room with no trace. Why the fuck she come just to show face? It drives me crazy. It doesn't matter what I do, you still gon' play me. Ooh, baby, how many times have I tried to play it safe? And you wipe the smile up on my face, now baby, if you can trust me, we'll be alright. Ooh, yeah. But would you look at the time? I'm racing against it. Your heart's in my heart. Come place it against it. I stare at your soul. I'm facing temptations. I wanna do right. We both want the sensation. So can we play with the stars tonight? Can we make them all align? So what's it gonna be? Yeah. 'Cause tonight's so baby. Can we play with the stars tonight? Can we make them all align? So what's it gonna be? Yeah. 'Cause tonight's so baby. I want you to leave, but you stay. My brain and my heart ain't the same. So will I let you in? As long as you won't do this to me again. Said you stay the night with me as long as I please you. Oh yeah. I bet you stay the night with me as long as
Man, I look like a crazy person right now. My fingers are inside of a cup of cold water. Oh, my TV just got my stream on. So I'm hearing myself back. Hold on. I mean, I absolutely fried my hands. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna chill out all morning, since there's no way I'm gonna be able to sleep, because not only did I burn my fingers into oblivion, and it just completely kills when my fingers get out of the water. My hand hurts so much. There's no way I'll be able to sleep. There's just no way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chill out and I'm gonna watch some weird YouTube content. But believe me, there's stuff to watch, man. There's stuff to watch. There's stuff to watch, and I'm interested. But you know what? I don't have YouTube Premium, and I'm thinking about getting it right now, so I don't have to deal with ads, man. Where the fuck do I sign up for YouTube Premium? Let me try to get YouTube Premium going before family plan. I could do like a YouTube family plan or something, huh? right? I guess the family plan is the best way to go because Loops is gonna want her own YouTube. Man, my hand is burning. The only things I can do right now while I'm awake, I can't do anything. I really can't do anything but just like sit around and wait till the pain goes down. I burnt my hand like 2 hours ago. Oh my god, I can't even type with my left hand. I don't even know if that's my login. What the fuck? Oh, that is my login. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright. Let me pay for this. I don't know if that's my... I don't even know if that's my card. I think that's my card. Nope, it's not. See? Almost fucked up. Almost fucked up. What are you talking about? I can't type. Oh my god. Your family, all right. Your family members will get an email welcoming them to YouTube Premium. Got it. And just like that, we got YouTube Premium again. I wasn't doing a lot of watching of YouTube, man. There wasn't really a point of me having it. How the hell am I supposed to deal with the burn, you know? How am I supposed to deal with how cooked my fingers are right now. I can't play video games. I can't do that, bro. It's like the worst thing. I've never realized how important it is to have your fingers. Cause like I do everything with them, you know? I mean, as does everybody. That's without saying, but man, I'm a jewelry designer and I play video games at night. So like, what the fuck? This is like actually hindering. Chalked. I'm actually chalked. I'm gonna need a beverage soon and some snacks, boy. Oh my goodness. Bro, what is going on with these Epstein files? What the fuck is happening right now? Huh. There's some crazy shit going on, bro. Okay, I'm gonna watch this fucking interview because I'm a financial buff. And let me just replace my water. Get comfy. I'm gonna get comfortable. This is gonna get a little weird. Can't even lie. It's gonna get a little strange. I burnt the hell out of my hand, man. All right, I'm back. Not the golf shirt though. Yo, what's wrong with my shirt, bro? I can't be almost 40. I burnt my fingers in a diabolical way like 2 hours ago making coffee. So I can't, there's no resting. I was going to stream like and just play video games. And then I was like, all right, well, I burnt my hands so bad that my fingers have to stay submerged in cold water. There's no way I'm sleeping. It's just impossible. So I'm gonna watch YouTube until the pain goes away. I did. I had I've done everything. I got like everything you could think of to make the pain go away, but the burn was so bad. Bro, I burnt the hell out of these two fingers. How am I supposed to make jewelry or play with my controller or anything? So I guess I'm taking a couple hours off. This isn't the first time I burnt myself. I burnt myself really bad before. The worst burn that I ever experienced was I was driving on a hot summer day with Loops. And it was like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And it was like 90 degrees where I was at the time. And my E46, in case you don't know what an E46 is, BMW M3. I have the E46, which is like one of the M3, it's one of my favorite M3s. It's arguably one of everybody's favorite M3s. That and the E36, but you know, I'm an E46 guy. Still got the car downstairs right now. It's downstairs in my garage right now. And one day I'm driving on like 95-degree day. Super hot summer night. It was like middle of July. And my car started overheating because the way that I had my coolant cap on was incorrect. And I don't even know how it happened. I forget how the coolant cap was not properly on my car. So I hear this bubbling underneath my hood. Pop my hood. The coolant cap bursts. Flies right off of the fucking engine. Coolant flies out and fries my whole wrist. I mean, it cooks my wrist. My wrist had a huge bubble on it, like a massive bubble, bro. I couldn't sleep for 2 days. Like the burn was crazy. I don't know if you've ever burnt yourself before. But yeah, that was the worst. I use a regular Italian mocha. You know, it's the best way to make a coffee, man. You get that Italian mocha, you know? You get that mocha in you, brother. Make the coffee the old-fashioned way. Brews up nice, especially if you pay attention to it. Oh. Yeah, if you ever work with cars, you're bound to burn yourself. If you become a car guy and you start like really fucking with cars or motorcycles, like, oh my god, I burnt my leg on my motorcycle. I burnt my leg on my downpipe on my motorcycle so many times. I'm gonna get another motorcycle. I might get one this summer. I told Loop she's excited. I've had a bike in years. You used to work at KFC, also, you know. That splash oil, you know what I'm saying? I have to shut my girl's closet, dude. Her fucking closet, she has a heater, like a fireplace in there, and it's making such a loud noise and it's pissing me off. I can hear it in my mic. $3 years, huh? Alright, let me make sure I didn't lock a cat in there. My god, the pain just does not subside. It just doesn't subside, man. Not on any level. Diabolical. Move my OBS. I'm gonna watch some I'm gonna watch this leaked I'm gonna watch this leaked Epstein video, but not because I am a I really give a fuck, really. I'm more interested in, I'm just a financial buff, and for that, I got nothing else to do. I got nothing else to do. I got nothing else to do but get informed. Let's go. Where are we?
The deep stuff. Let's just talk. Let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late '90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways.
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
a little bit.
Okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place?
You know his voice sound like that. This is how most like Jewish people that I know sound like this. They sound just like him. Move my mic a little bit.
How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of early mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was an unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So to answer your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not...
That's crazy, Jesse, because like most people that I know from New York and Boston sound like this, you know, especially the Jewish community. I've like a shit ton of Jewish friends and they all sound like this. It's like, it's kind of wild. Where did you say you were from again? You know? Oh, you're in Texas. Oh yeah. It's probably not a community down there, but the whole East Coast is Jewish, you know? Like Miami, there's a whole community. Like a whole, I mean, it's like a little mini city on South Beach. It's all Jewish. It's like a little mini city. When I mean like a mini city, I mean it's like the size of like, it's like the size of like a small city. It's crazy. It's all Jewish people.
Not really well understood. But again,
it's where Bieber got arrested because like he was speeding in his Lamborghini. You can't speed through that community. If you speed through that community, you get in like a shit ton of trouble. And that was like what that was.
It was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular.
Yeah,
so in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general.
Yeah.
In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey.
All the world leaders of the world it's all based off of popularity. It has nothing to do with like, honestly, really has nothing to do with education or finances. It's just all popularity. More you know.
or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money isn't, they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that's
What up, Cubic?
That sounds pretty good. And I'd say, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
Wait, how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old.
Crazy.
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're Dalton.
No, 10 years.
10 years
right.
teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, "Would you like to buy ATV?" And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, "Well, I can't find it," and they said, "What's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV?" Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, "We want more money, but we don't want more debt," which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first trilateral
Still
or
going.
something?
Yeah, good. You're good.
Just give me approximate. You joined the Trilateral
I
Commission.
think it might be
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Let's
Sorry.
say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. In what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
Three-day event, and it
walk me
was
through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's
It
bullshit.
was boring.
You had to
No,
be stars
sorry.
in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out
Well,
every
these
direction.
guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. It seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question then. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-'70s. What was, before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to this, the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood. And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive
Hold on,
system.
stop. This is
I
impossible.
understand.
This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system
Yes.
has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Salomon Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Marius Poker?
Yeah, Marius Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Ah, yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but
Yes.
those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means.
The only real way that I have this conversation all the time with Loops, because she's like she loves the idea of what do we call it? A utopia, if you will. She loves the idea of a utopia, but the reason why there's not a utopia on the entire planet, and there probably never was, even though, there's Mayan references in the chat, like there's probably some type of system in place that we don't understand. We don't even know what was going on in the world in 1910, let alone the fucking 1700s, you know, and whatnot. So I say the only way that you can actually control a global market is if citizens of the planet took control of, if they privatized the GDP. So say you live somewhere that's rich in wheat or whatnot. You yourself are going to have to be in control of that gross domestic product or produce. Whatever it is, you have to be in control of it. The system is put in place because you're not going to go out and actually get the oil for your car. You know? The system's in place because you yourself aren't going to police, you know, the environment and protect the thing that makes your land area valuable. And the whole entire planet isn't equal. You can't, I mean, there are resources that are found everywhere, but for the most part, a GDP is exactly why we have an economy. So there's no real way to control it unless every human learned how to be a doctor, a farmer, you know, like a true, like a hunter-gatherer, but more of like an advanced hunter-gatherer, because hunter-gatherers were still, like, to our knowledge, I mean, like I said, we don't know shit beyond the 1900s. Like, hunter-gatherers were, how do we know they had all the trades, you know? Like, if I just existed in the year 300, I probably just had the ability to just throw a spear at a cow and bring home a cow for my family. You know, like, so in an advanced civilization where we have things like technology and science and medical and innovation and inventions, GDP is what controls everything. Because you yourself are not going to actually melt down rare earth materials that you mined from the Clarion-Clipperton zone in the Pacific Ocean and then take those nodules home and melt them down and make computer chips on your own. You're not going to do that. So therefore there's a GDP, and because there's a GDP, there is an economy, and we can't really control it. Maybe it's just there's a brute side to it, and yes, there's a technological side to it. You know, like, are you going to kill a herd of horses and grind their hooves down so that you can make a gelatin and create a glue because you need glue? Probably not. So someone's going to have that skill, and that skill is going to fall into the GDP. Because everywhere on this beautiful blue and green rock is controlled by a gross domestic product. You know, we're not gonna all revert. You know, we're a technologically advanced civilization. So if we weren't, that's a different conversation. If we were all walking around this planet draped up in robes and we all lived in teepees, different conversation, honestly. But as long as we keep advancing, we're gonna be controlled by the resources that are around us. That dude, teepees and robes sound great. I mean, but shit, maybe that's why there's so many like old world Greek paintings of people in robes and walking around these like cathedrals and whatnot. Who knows? But yeah.
That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands. But it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems. So that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times.
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard they was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place which was called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number 3, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you had ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay. Who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know at the time, trying
Crazy that you say that, because the perspective of these two is unbelievable, because they're night and day. They're looking at life from 2 very, very, very polar opposite lenses. And it's like, as I'm sitting here listening to them both talk, I kind of I understand where the interviewees, the interviewer, I understand where he is coming from, because I once used to look at things the way he does, but I'm not an elite. So I don't have the lens of Jeffrey Epstein, but I do. I'm in the middle, like, how does this guy not know? But also, I have no idea what Epstein knows. So I'm in the, I just have like little bits and pieces that I'm aware of because I've met a lot of billionaires, and a lot of them have regurgitated a lot of the information that he's throwing out here. Like, a lot of people don't really understand the financial system. I mean, no one really understands a true financial system. All we understand is the GDP of what we live in, and what resource per country keeps it afloat. That's the only thing we really understand.
To buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together, and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
It's no. It
Even
can't, it can't be, it can't. You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment you sat there and go, "What the fuck have I done with my life? That I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle." You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What
given
color
to
was
me.
the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
You know what he was probably thinking? This is just an educated guess. What he was probably thinking was, look at the finance, with his ego, because everybody has an ego, But I'm when I say ego, I don't say it like Black Hole says ego. I say ego because we all have one, and we all have something that makes us tick. We all have our own brain and our own purpose that we internalize, whether or not we make it a public thing or not. And I'm guessing Mr. Epstein here was probably thinking to himself, look at the world falling apart while I'm behind bars. And he's probably like, to his inner circle, like, see what happens when I'm locked away. You know what I mean?
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was...
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come, if I was passing by or I'd have to go for my medical, people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about...
In
the beginning...
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Where they get advice to go long.
Yes.
Are you telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They wanted to know
What
what
does that say
stocks.
about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, what, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought, no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right.
it. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie,
A shell of its former
a
self.
former self. But they had quote unquote saved it. They admit. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back, when you have these systems, to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go, because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And
It's a really good insight. It's a really good that's a really good way to look at things in every aspect of life, is like the systems of how the medical field doesn't employ just one person. Like there's thousands of specialists for every single thing that happens within your body. And yeah, they do let some things go in order to save another thing. And it makes you really think about small things, you know? It makes you think about like really, really small, mundane, nonsensical things that happen in business. And like, you know, them, like a small example would be like 2023 Activision decides to pull the plug on a Nick Merckx skin and remove his thing because, you know, we're in the at the time a very strong upheld DEI system that is not fond of any type of free speech, you know? And they might just be like, you know, chalk it. I know we're going to take an L, and I know we're going to lose a massive fan base by removing probably one of the at the time, one of the most influential people that kept people on the game, at least casuals. Like, because they can see a bigger picture that we don't see, you know? So it's a great analogy to bring up the medical field. I don't know if anyone else is reading that the way I'm reading it, but
some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis, because the derivatives got somehow out of control and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what
when you
was
fell
the
down.
cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was.
I mean, yeah, technically, because, you know, if I'm rubbing the cat, I could be just annihilating healthy, microbiology that's on her fur. But in the sacrifice of that microbiology that I don't know that I'm killing because I'm just rubbing her. The sacrifice is she likes it, you know. The sacrifice is it makes her feel good. You know? So it's like, it's a great analogy. It's a great analogy.
why he was diabetic.
It's primitive, it's stupid, but it's a great analogy.
He had all these other problems. But he said, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? And that's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote, like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your 2 collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan. That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Like, to follow up on what you just said, like we love communication, but we're so bad at it. But for the most part, the reason why we're bad at communication is because we all fear economic loss. And sometimes we move those chess pieces with the economic loss. I'll give you an example with our jewelry business. You know, we were very supportive of Barack Obama when he was in office. I'm not a political person whatsoever, but Barack Obama had moved some pieces in the country that made things very easy for people like me who grew up with no money to launch my very own business. So we were supportive, as we were supportive of Donald Trump when he was in office as well, because nothing's really just linear. You know, like nothing's just like, oh, unless you're an idiot, then you're just like, no, I'm on one side in life and only one side. Well, it's not possible, really. It's hypocritical to say that, because there's in every decision that you make, you are, how do I put this? In every decision you make, you are liable for those decisions causing loss. So by us communicating that we were supportive of Barack Obama at the time, it led to a lot of certain individuals to not support our business. We mitigated that loss. And when we chose to congratulate Donald Trump at becoming president, you got to imagine the clients and the customer base that we lost. And these are things that businesses think about. These are things that everybody thinks about. These are things that even you think about as a significant other to a woman. You know, I had this one ex that if you lied about anything, man, she'd be like, did you eat today? And I'd be like, no. And she's like, well, there's a bag of McDonald's in the backseat of your car, so you obviously fucking ate, right? And now she's mad at me. My night's ruined. My weekend's ruined because I didn't lie. So there's a form of communication that we're bad at. So now what do? I update my systems. Now I learn to lie. Now I learn to not tell her if I had stopped at Taco Bell earlier, because I don't want my weekend ruined. So yeah, we are horrible with communication at fear of loss. We love communicating, but we're horrible due to fear of loss, whatever that loss is. And usually it's economic. It might be emotional, but emotional loss is economic loss at the end of the day. Because if I'm having a bad weekend because my significant other is upset with me, I'm not going to do that great of work as I would if my significant other is happy with me. So I'm operating at a loss because of communication. And at the end of the day, some people choose to adapt and they choose to continue to, I guess, lie in their favor, or you become a certain type of individual where you mitigate the loss. You don't care anymore. You don't care if the significant other is upset with you. That's kind of the person I am now. You know, like I really don't, because I do a lot of good for my girl, when she's mad at me, I'm like, she'll get over it, you know? But I'm saying this is how businesses operate as well, you know? This is what it is.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation, he could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes.
That's a good question. I'll read it out loud because I seen someone type in kick chat as well. So there might be some kick people here lurking up. So Black Hole says, so like when we weigh the importance of things versus the need to make money, should we lie and make the money and possibly fuck things over in falsifications and making it someone else's cleanup? Or should we tell the truth and take the loss and build on honesty? Well, nothing's linear. Okay, so let's start there. We're all operating. None of us are ever operating in a stagnant space of full understanding. Meaning, we don't really have the answers. No one does. Now, sometimes you can see some people are operating in a way where you feel, wow, I can't believe that they say these things on the internet, or I can't believe that they made that decision. And maybe it's because they hit a stage in which they don't give a fuck anymore. They're not worried about losing customers because they support Donald Trump, or they're not worried about this. And the funny, sometimes the extraordinary thing that happens is that you get a reverse where you don't actually fuck the money up. You end up getting a support base that is built on a belief system of not giving a fuck. Therefore, you can still make money, as opposed to if you try to keep the masses happy with your lies. You know, we have plenty of examples of that in the world. We have Kanye West. He doesn't give a fuck, right? So you would think he would operate at a loss because he doesn't just say the political correct thing. But at the end of the day, now he's revered as a massive influential human being. Similar to Elon Musk. But that's debatable. That's debatable because we don't know if Elon fabricates shit. We don't know. We really don't. I'm not going to pretend like we know because we don't. Andrew Tate, you know, there are influential names that pop up throughout history. And the extraordinary thing is them not lying sometimes works out in their favor, and just being completely fucking honest without care whether or not they offend a group of people, a nation, a country, an ideology, a religion, you know, a sex. Like, they just don't care. And yet the fact that they don't care doesn't affect their bottom line. Doesn't affect it at all. So yeah, it's a question of morals. It is a question of morality. It is a question of morality because if I can only speak for in my shoes, if me and Loops don't post on our company socials that we are, you know, proud of something that Donald Trump has done, then our morality is challenged, because then we are two owners of a business where we're not even expressing the things, or I guess a political direction, even though we're not right-wing or left-wing individuals. You know, like, we can see where both parties have great ideas and how it benefits the economic status of everybody in our country. So But we also understand that there are primitive people that observe us. And those primitive people might not see both the benefits from both parties. You know? Like I said earlier, Barack Obama raising the taxes for corporations. The taxes were raised so much that people that were the general managers of fucking Costco and Walmart and whatnot lost their jobs. But those taxes were raised for major corporations so that small people that don't have, you know, $10,000 in their checking account could start a business. And that's where people like me pop in. You know, so, but the person that lost their job after they spent 30 years working at Costco is very upset. That person's not going to support our jewelry business if we express our gratitude towards Barack Obama. So it does become a question of morality. Do we express our truth or do we lie to save face? You know?
But only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the...
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in...
The phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And
before.
what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Yeah, it's ingenious though, right? I mean, even though like we all know the reputation this guy has or had past tense. He's maybe not with us anymore. We don't know. We're not the elite. But isn't it like almost fascinating that the people with the craziest, most diabolical reputations are actually just intelligent motherfuckers, man. Holy shit, this guy, he's articulating the shit well, and it's odd because I watch the news and I see how bad of a reputation this guy has. And it's like every time you see someone of this caliber speak, you're like, holy shit, he's narrating this well. Did he get in contact with the Galactic Federation? It's a great question. It's a great question. I think most of his research was, most of his investments were that in terms of what you're speaking on, since you are throwing out pseudoscience terms, which is nothing wrong with that. We're all about the pseudoscience here. Let's just say extremophiles was of interest. Let's just say extremophiles was of interest. I was reading some of the files before I ended up here. This is how I ended up here. And if you know anything about extremophiles, then you understand that we're talking about biology that can exist in an extreme environment. Doesn't necessarily mean outer space. Doesn't mean outer space. We'll leave that there.
And about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
I'll say this, right? There's a lot of people with, this is going to sound off topic, but since you brought up the Galactic Federation, let's just say this. There's a lot of people pointing telescopes to space. No one sees shit every single day. There's a guy on Twitch, his name's Econ Greg. Subscribes to Loops. He's fascinated. He's a fascinating guy. He has like tens of thousands of dollars worth of telescope equipment. His name's Econ Greg, and he streams on Twitch every now and then. And he observes like everything down to like super zoomed in fucking imagery of the sun. You know, this guy's like staring at space all day. And there, mind you, there are tens of thousands of people like that all over the world that don't see shit when it comes down to outer space. But what people do see, and what people do report on when it comes down to UAP, UFO cases, is craft flying over the ocean. Okay? Widely reported all the time. Going in and out of the ocean. Even people that do see craft, that have reported to see craft, usually see craft flying away, and they never report that it flew up to space. So I'm just saying, whales are gray, a lot of them. Dolphins are gray. Some other shit just might be gray, man. Doesn't mean outer space. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot of gray shit in the ocean, bro.
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. and you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do any-
someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time, in the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake.
I have no take on what any of it means, man. I have no take on what any of it meant because we're not elites, we're just not. We don't know really the real meat and potatoes as to why the elite goes through the shit that they go through. Could be something deeper than we'll ever understand, bro. For all we know, this dude could have his own island, and that island is to fucking establish contact with inner earth entities. Like, dude, this is one document. I'm just read this one document. I sent it to Loops. She's gonna wake up and she's gonna see this one document and be like, what the fuck? Because, like, we're big on following the fucking breadcrumbs of extremophiles. This is one of the documents. I'll show you. It's one of the actual Epstein file documents that was released, okay? Says, I'll read it out to you. You guys can screenshot that if you want. I don't know how you guys are watching. It says, astrobiology. Specific attention will be given to robust original research proposals in the following areas. This is an investment document here. New forms of synthetic life. Number 1. Number 2, origin of life. Number 3, evidence of prebiotic life. Number 4, non-carbon based forms of life. Number 5, extremophiles. Extremophiles. Okay? And a highlight underneath where it says extremophiles, the blue area. Okay? Hold on. Won't focus. That blue area right there. There you go. It says, please note the submission about extraterrestrial UFOs, aliens, encounters, alien pregnancies, crop circles, and other such nonsense will not be entertained. So this document implies that he's not interested in anything outer space, but more of an ultra-terrestrial study. And I've always, well, I haven't always. I kind of put the breadcrumbs together in the last like 4 years. It like kind of hit me. This is just me. This is me. This is my opinion. I think it's very easy for the government to say extraterrestrials don't exist. We have no evidence of extraterrestrials because that could be possible. And all of the encounters that people may have had could be civilization or a civilization that existed that is either in our oceans or under our oceans in one of the earth cavities, because there's like a bunch of earth cavities that are actually there. Like, we just don't have the technology to go deep inside our planet, or we do and we don't know about it, or we do and the general public doesn't know about it. So it's, I don't know, man. I don't know. We have no idea. You know? We really have no idea. You know, you look at old world maps, man, and the North Pole was, for whatever reason, described different than what Google Earth tells us. And the one thing that really fucked me up, that there's no real footage of the North Pole. I bet you never thought about that. There is no real footage of true North Pole. Now, there are expeditions that like the Discovery Channel, National Geographic put out where they're like, we're going to the North Pole, and they film, but they're not actually in the North Pole. They're just at a northern part of Alaska. And it's been proven. It's been proven. Like, where they filmed it was only in the northern part of Alaska. Well, you're about 3,000 miles off mark. Why is there no footage of the actual North Pole? That's not weird. No one thinks that's weird. We just go on with our day and don't think about that. We just believe, oh, this surely. Like, you're probably thinking to yourself, no, Crispy, surely there's footage of the North Pole. You're probably thinking, you're probably Googling, you're probably like, I'm going to Google, I'm going to find out if there's footage of the North Pole. Bro, there's no footage of true North Pole. You find footage, they write it in the caption that it's the North Pole, and then you find out where the film actually took place, and it takes place in certain areas of Greenland or Alaska. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, I saw that he's doing a thing. Watch where he films. Watch where he films. I mean, I love the Smiths. I played Modern Warfare 3 with Trey Smith, Will's first son. I streamed it. You know? I love those motherfuckers. But I'm super skeptical on footage of the North Pole because there's no true footage of it. So it's like, I don't know. That's just a little weird, man. That's just a little weird. Yo, Trey was streaming today. He streamed, people don't even know that Will Smith's son streams on Twitch every day. It's crazy. Yeah. Just playing Arc Raiders.
In the society that all rest on their shoulders, they're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow, and we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, 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 we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers.
Right.
In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae.
Oh my
Another
God.
agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, bro. Check this out. You guys know anything about Fannie Mae? Or what? Like, just quick yes or no. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. If you don't know, just say no. I don't want to hear no Google answer. Don't give me no fucking Google answer on Fannie Mae. Okay? They get choppy with it. I don't know how much of a stream delay there is. Is it fucking delayed? Because I'm seeing some delays here. No. Dude. Alright. The maze, bro. Check this out. COVID happens. COVID was so bad, was so diabolical for my business that it shut down import and export of all precious and semi-precious materials. We could not get any gold, any silver, anything for months. So bad that we had to take our website down, okay? Then there's a travel ban. Then the commercial real estate starts to crash, okay? Elders, one of my commercial real estate properties that I have is rented out to tenants that do like acupuncture and like stress relief, Tai Chi, like for elders. So that COVID, okay? So that's falling apart. And What was the other one? What was the other one? People aren't renting for vacation. You're not going on vacation during COVID-19 for 2 years. So bills aren't getting paid. One of my mortgages is falling completely under, but the bank has an offer. Because I have business credit, you can have this loan through Fannie Mae. I get the lawyers, handle everything. Fannie Mae handles the loan for the COVID relief fund. For every single business owner that almost lost their home due to COVID-19. The COVID relief fund is handled by Fannie Mae. That's crazy. So me getting this information, it's like, it's fresh. It's fresh because I've already did business with Fannie Mae. Did business with Fannie Mae. I give them over $3,000 a month. From the COVID-19 relief. Which saved more than homes. They saved, like, you know, if you're just a Greek guy and you own a sub shop in Jersey, like, yeah, Fannie Mae probably saved your business as well. It's crazy.
Don't worry, you don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money.
How?
Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me. Because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle. Because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets. But now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history.
Probably was very effective for boomers. Clinton's term. Because if you're a baby boomer and you're born in the 1950s, yeah, you're probably buying a home because you have a couple children in your 40s, in the 90s, and it was probably very easy for the boomers to get homes. I mean, as the whole economy was super easy for boomers. I mean, they're still living off their pensions. They're still living off their 401ks. You know, every 70-plus-year-old is living off of the government. You know, but that's not the case for millennials. It's not the case for Gen Z. Like, it's just going to be completely different. We're going to be living off of, in my opinion, we're going to be living off of like a, I guess we'll have to call it like a popularity thing, some sort of popularity thing. Your like engagement will like dictate your fucking how safe you are, because like we all need that, I guess. You know, we all need to have. We're all politics now. You know, we're all trying to boost our votes. When you really think about it, we're all trying to boost our votes. You know. Wow, it's crazy. It's like super deep, but at the same time, it's like if you have a fucking just like a little bit of a head on your shoulder, you should understand it. It's not that deep. It's super deep, but it's not that deep. If that makes any sense.
100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do you
issue.
mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply-demand problem. You get too much supply.
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it what's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous, understanding Bill Clinton in all this? Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw that black.
Are you okay with the?
Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Yeah.
Okay.
When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
Hold on. I got to change my water. My water's not. It's fucking warm. My fucking fingers are stinging. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm back. What happened to my fingers, man? Dude, I was making coffee. And I grabbed the mocha. And as I tipped it, I didn't realize how much water was in it. The hottest water came out the back of the mocha and just went right down my knuckles. Fried my fingers, bro. Fried my fingers. What was I gonna do? Drop the mocha and fucking destroy my kitchen floors? You know, like I kind of just like tanked it and went to the sink. I wish I did destroy my kitchen floors now. Now I'm just like, I should have just dropped the whole fucking thing, bro. Because now I can't, now I'm in super pain. I can't really play video games because it's my fucking trigger fingers. So now I'm here watching a unreleased video of Jeffrey Epstein talking about the economy, okay? All right.
How could that be?
Because it's the word I can beat it to death is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. I don't. It was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money and they don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and different types of contracts.
Well, I was telling you, Jesse, in the past, when you were asking me about investments and whatnot, and I told you there's a lot of big words that are used, and it's not necessary. Like, good investing comes from being passionate about the products or getting knowledge on the things in which you're investing in. If you're going to invest in metals, then you need to learn metals. You need to genuinely learn metals. Not, oh, I heard metals are going to do good. Well, you need to know which metal companies are going to do good and why those metal companies are going to do good, because you actually do understand the metal industry and where it's going. Like I told you, a great investment would be find out which rigs got those 5i contracts to mine in the Clarion-Clipperton zone. That's coming up. That's a thing that could already be happening, you know? So, but that's because I know metals, and it might just be because of the trade. It might be because I'm in jewelry, but that goes for anything. You don't have to invest in metals. I'm just saying that, like, you know, you don't need to be fooled by what a school teaches you, because a school doesn't. It's just like AI, you know? You don't have to learn, you don't have to go to hair school to be a famous barber. You don't. Because the very first barber learned how to cut hair without a teacher. You just have to be innovative and do a good job.
It's all fairly, everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s based upon real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again,
Okay.
You had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like in the 70s there was a...
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
I don't. That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now,
Is
now
that
that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks.
Because some people, you know what it is, Black Hole, some people operate in a way in which they want to have a direct answer when sometimes there just isn't direct answers. Sometimes it is complicated. You know? And this guy is one of those guys. This interviewer is just like, you think you know when you don't know because you don't have the experience. And because you don't have the experience, you think this guy in front of you who has the experience knows. And some people don't take no for an answer. Like, no, man, surely you got to know. If you don't know, someone else must know. What really happened? What was the downturn in the 90s? Someone has to know, surely, and you're the smartest man in the room. It's like, yeah, but you're not listening to the smartest man in the room. And that's what keeps people like that, the interviewer, stuck in their space. Like, he's gonna probably still just interviews people for a living. Like,
Right, we had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90, implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later roughly. And then this run up through the Iraq War and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer
Okay.
and not a finance person.
I'm not a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10
like
years
I said,
is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small, and it was $5 billion or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because
it's an unfair characterization.
It is.
Because, again, it's the complexity of the situation.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about the size of the individual as to why they went bankrupt. It's an unfair comparison. It doesn't matter if a guy's donut shop goes bankrupt or Activision goes bankrupt. It doesn't just because Activision went bankrupt doesn't mean that it's not the same level of complexity as to why they both went bankrupt. It's just why do people put people on such a massive pedestal because of like there's so much, like, people don't realize how much luck is involved. They make people to be like almost like lord like, bro. Like, oh, this guy's a massive investor. It's like, but you don't realize why some people end up in the position that they're in. Like, there's so many moving parts that make people's positions happen the way that they happen. Like, I know I'm friends with this one guy. He's like 30 years old, young dude, and his dad owns the Patriots. $50 billion is what his dad is worth. And like when you hear the story as to how it got to that point, it's not like what you expect. It's not what you expect. It never really is what you expect, you know? We have our president of the United States right now is a son of a rich man, and he happened to be a 1990s influencer. He was in Home Alone, he was an actor, he was a comedian, but he also invested his money into hotels. He's the president of the United States right now. You know, like it's like the way things happen aren't really as Lord-like as people would like to believe. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that if Donald Trump fucking didn't have the dad that he had, that he wouldn't be the president of the United States. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that. But this guy who's interviewing, he might think that it's rocket science, when it just really isn't.
Think about think you have a complex system. You have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is...
And Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my...
You haven't been able to name...
Hang on.
You haven't...
hang on.
No, hang on.
I was trying to hang... I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able... You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't...
Yes.
I'll say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always
understand.
sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on
no.
any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial
Will you
system.
please stop? You cannot sit here and
Yeah,
tell me.
no.
What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. It's that's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So even
No. In fact, you would ask the...
Oh my god, this part right here, my girl is gonna hate watching this, bro. She can't stand lack of predictability. Like, I mean, she can't stand it, man. She's gonna freak out at this part right here. I'm gonna make her watch this. I try to tell her all the time, like for years, man, when we were doing things in business, like she really wanted to get to like the root of some problems within our company. And I would say the same thing. It's unpredictable. Like what has happened here could not have been predicted. And she can't, like, refuses. And I love that passion. I love that she refuses, because you need someone like that is so dedicated to finding an answer. But man, she's gonna freak out. She's gonna freak out on this one.
question is a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good, and if you're talking to the work...
Statistics are good, man. Statistics are good, but you can't predict the economy. You just can't. You'll drive yourself absolutely mad if you think you can predict the economy. You drive yourself absolutely mad. You can theorize things, and you can have like great, you can make great predictions, And you could say to me that 2 years from now, smart glasses are going to be much more lucrative, and they're going to be as big as the dawn of the iPhone when the iPhone first came out, and we're going to stop using these big chunky 8-inch devices, and we're going to be like, it's fantastic prediction, but you can't really predict that that's going to happen. You don't really have any control in what could happen. Elon Musk could be the greatest inventor of our time. He could be the Nikolai Tesla of our time, and he could fucking next year get in a drastic diabolical sex scandal in the entire electric car company economy just completely just fucking crumbles. You could not predict that Elon Musk was a fucking freak and that he, you know, was banging 65 bitches at once. Like, you can't predict it, man. You can't. There's too many things in our world that make statistics go out the window when it comes down to the economy. There's too many things. Too many things. We're sitting beautiful in the dawn of the social media boom. A lot of people don't know was 2013. That was the real big, massive social media boom where a 21-year-old girl could go from working as a bartender and quit her job because she wears dresses every day, and now she's sponsored by Fashion Nova, and Fashion Nova gives her $1,000 a week, right? It started in 2013. It wasn't happening it was happening, but it wasn't happening. It wasn't accessible for the average person. It was only accessible for like the Kim Kardashians and the Paris Hiltons of the world. Those were the influencers before 2013. 2013 came along, and then came Summer Rae, and then came all of the girls that you see all over the world, all over the internet. That's something that happened. It's measurable. And it continued all the way until COVID-19. You could not predict that a mystery sickness that may or may not have actually existed would swamp the world and end the influencer, fit tea, you know, fucking all the shit that people were advertising, and then create a digital we went more digital, where we went away from digital fashion. We went away from social media fashion, and then we entered this digital space where it went from Fashion Nova being the #1 company to employ average people on the street through PayPal to what's the fucking game that you see that every type of person promotes now? Like it's like a World of Warcraft type looking thing that you see on fucking YouTube, where they're like, this video is sponsored by fucking, I forget the name of it, dude. It's like some random game that everybody has, like Kings and Queens or some shit like that. The fuck is the name of that game? It's gonna drive me nuts, dude. I bet it'll pop up if I just search something simple like most advertised mobile game. It's a mobile game. Do you know the name of it? It's gonna drive me insane. You've heard it. I know you've heard it. I know you've heard it because everyone has advertised it. It was like it happened because of COVID. It happened because of COVID. I know you know what I'm talking about. It was like some like Dungeons and Dragons type of shit. Fucking. Do I have to ask AI what the hell it was, dude? I'm drawing a blank on it too. But I feel like if I click on any digital YouTuber, they're gonna fucking, that ad would pop up in between the time span of COVID-19 happening to like I'd say like 2023 where things started to shift a little bit. And now we're just in like some weird AI space, like where the algorithms are just like OP. Anything that you think about or talk about or do pops up on Twitter for you. So now like the advertising space is kind of janky. Like super janky. Jinxie was playing it. He was like live streaming it for fucking forever. What the hell was it, dude? It's gonna drive me nuts. Here's one of them, Clash Royale. That's one of them. That's some like new age shit that's happening that everybody's fucking getting involved in. That's one of them. That's not the one. That's not the main one, but it's close. But it's close. There's another one that's like actually like dragons and like ogres and shit. That it was so OP advertised during COVID. It was crazy OP. You know, but like you could not predict that was going to happen. You couldn't predict that we went from movies, like real movies being super important, bro. You couldn't predict the end of the world being 2018, which it was. Very much the end of the world. Now, did Disney predict it? I don't know, because we got Avengers Endgame in 2018. And that was arguably the last massive blockbuster where humans got off their asses and physically went to the movies. And of course, we had movies after that, but the movie scene has never been the same since COVID. Never. Not even close. They say like taglines like, oh, this was the movie of the year, or this movie is, critics say this is the greatest movie of 2026. But like when you compare the greatest movie of 2026, it's like, oh, what did it gross? It grossed like $100 million, as opposed to like, 2018, it's like 2.5 billion. Like you just can't predict the economy. You can't, because for all we know, we could just be chilling right now. Twitch is booming. It's the most important thing to be a live streamer, and everyone knows it. Justin Bieber knows it. That's why he goes live now. Like all rappers and singers and musicians know that they need to be a live streamer because the music industry doesn't sell like it used to. So live streaming is the most important thing. But then guess what? Who knows? Maybe 3 months from now, fucking the earth cracks open and some weird shit happens and we get a flood. You can't predict it. Can't predict it, bro. It's unfucking predictable because there's always something that throws a monkey wrench in the economy. Always. Always, bro. No matter what. Our whole life. Baby boomers had it good. You could work at Home Depot in 1999 and have a full-time job just being the guy that stocks the wood. And by stocking the wood, you had enough money to pay for a suburban home in the 1990s. If you made $95,000 in 1990s, it equates to like $300,000 now. You would need $300,000 to have the same amount of shit a year. You need $300,000 a year to have the same amount of shit that someone that made $90,000 in 1999. But why is that? A bajillion of factors. Unpredictable factors. Everything is fine for the guy that is living and operating in 1999. But then 2 years later, 2 fucking airplanes slam into the Twin Towers. Oh, well, whoops. Now we have a war on oil. Do we understand it? No, none of us understand it. We're not the elite. But it happens. So we exist within it. And those probabilities become improbabilities. I like they just, it's unpredictable. Yeah, the timeline's good, but man, shit's getting weird, brother. Shit, and it's always something. This right here, like what we're watching might be that thing that's unpredictable. What we're watching right now might be that thing that's unpredictable. I'm here because I was sitting on the toilet a couple hours ago after I burnt my fingers, and I saw a barrage of tweets of Nicki Minaj tweeting about Jay-Z and how Jay-Z's a pedophile and all this shit. And what the fuck is going on? So I look a little bit more into it, and obviously I can't make any, I'm not going to make any conclusive decision on what the fuck is happening. You know, even like Ryan Garcia's tweeting shit. There's all types of people. There's celebrities, right? So celebrities are the ones that make the influence. They're the ones that become the politicians later and whatnot. That's fine. But I see this. This could be the monkey wrench right here. That's unpredictable. This time next week, you and I could be sitting here discussing how crazy it is that this business and this business and this thing is closing and this thing's closing, all because someone has exposed more corruption within a system, and that system somehow affects some CEO that used to be here and there, and then all of a sudden Twitch closes. Then what? Because somehow it gets back to Bezos, and Bezos has some sort of financial issue or something. Twitch closes. Well, that throws a fucking entire monkey wrench at the system. It's like people ask me, like, when I was in my 20s, they used to ask me all the time, like, oh, what's like the key to like finances and like trying to understand it. And my answer has always been just try to understand influence and try to understand popularity. It shouldn't be considered a vanity thing either. Like, influence and popularity doesn't mean you're liked. It just means that you have enough, there's enough weight that you can move. Like I said with the Kanye example, you know, or even like 2017 Tekashi 6ix9ine. Dude can't rap, but the music was good and he was funny. Therefore, he was an influencer. You know? It's like popularity is really the thing to study, not the economy. I mean, did you ever think that a rocket scientist would purchase Twitter and then also, during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, post a picture of Amber Heard cosplaying as Mercy from Overwatch? That's a guy that directly works with NASA and changed the electric car industry for good. Something to think about.
Man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache.
You know, dude, hey, before we even get back into this, the fucking Mixer thing, I knew Mixer was done. I knew Mixer was GG's, man. We were on Mixer. We had a Mixer account. Loops was streaming PUBG in 2017 on Mixer. Streaming PUBG. And she wore a tank top. Okay? Regular tank top. And she got banned for 3 days. When she told me, she's like, I got banned because, and the reasoning said was because she wore a revealing tank top. I go, oh, that Mixer's done. Mixer's done. Because I could foresee in 2007, was one thing that I could actually predict back then was that the world was going to become overly sexual again. And people hated it. They hated that I kept saying, I'm like, yo, guys, the world's going to become very sexual again. It's going to repeat the 1960s. It's going to be very sexual. So like any company that pushed against sexuality, that was like, oh no, you know, fucking, you can't wear a tank top, or you can't have any nudity, or you can't have see-through clothes on, or you have to wear a bra, your nipples are showing through the shirt. Like, that's a failed, that's the number one way to close your business nowadays. And that was what Mixer did. The number one way to close your business is to be anti-sexuality, anti-sexy. You gotta let people be kind of naked, and that's why you saw so many changes. That's why you saw, like, oh, when people pushed against the hot tub streamers, well, what happened? They made a hot tub category because Twitch did not want to become like Mixer. And now you see all types of shit. You open TikTok and you see like half naked girls. I remember like TikTok's like, oh no, we're not gonna close, so we're just gonna let it happen. As long as they try to find this area of where they try to see if like the brands get affected, because every entity that exists is an influencer or operates like an influencer. Like Twitch's only concern is whether or not fucking Puppy Chow advertises on Amaranth's stream or not. That's their only concern. And they don't want to lose Mountain Dew and be like, oh, Mountain Dew doesn't want to advertise on our platform because there's a girl in a hot tub. But the second that they get wind that Mountain Dew doesn't give a fuck because they're going to sell Mountain Dews if they run an ad on Amaranth's stream, they're all about it. And that's what Microsoft didn't understand. They actually thought brands would give a shit because they think every brand operates the same when they just don't. There are brands like Ghost Energy. Ghost Energy has a custom collaboration with PewDiePie and Belle Delphine. I don't know if that sinks. I don't know if that lands. I don't know if you understand what I just said. You know, like, brands don't give a shit. Brands only care as to whether or not the product is selling or not, okay? SpongeBob, big guy, pants okay? Brands don't give a fuck, bro. So, as long as platforms can understand that, there won't be another Mixer situation. Because Mixer banned Loops for 3 days because she wore a tank top. I go, oh, it's over. But do you know why they were so strict? They were so strict because Mixer was embedded within Xbox. So if you were on the Xbox homepage, there was no firewall that prevented younger generation from seeing the homepage of Mixer because Microsoft was promoting it so hard through Xbox hardware. So if little 6-year-old Jimmy fired up an Xbox and saw Amaranth splashing around on a pickle Rick floaty, Microsoft got scared. Little do they know, little Jimmy already he's on Twitch. He's already seeing Amaranth. Like, they don't. And also, younger parents are different. Younger parents are different. Black Hole is a very different dad than a dad that was born in the 1950s. Very different. His level of religion and being religious is not as tough and as harsh as a religious man in the 1950s. But that's just the evolution. That's just the evolution. You know, at the end of the day, an entity is an entity. Let's just call it an entity. I'm an entity. You're an entity. Mountain Dew is an entity. Twitch is an entity. and we all play one big massive tug of war. We play one big massive tug of war of who can bring who value. I believe everyone should work very hard to bring value. I think it's my responsibility to bring value to Twitch and not the other way around. I don't think Twitch should bring me value. I think to be good at your job is very important, you know? Therefore, you can end up in a situation like Tim the Tatman, where Tim the Tatman brings the NFL value, not the other way around. The NFL doesn't bring Tim value. You know what I'm saying? They need live streamers. The second you start looking at needing something to bring you value, well, you don't realize it's counterintuitive. You're actually devaluing yourself, because the opposite end is looking for value from you. If that makes any sense. Twitch is but Twitch is not a community, it's an entity. At the end of the day. Because Twitch is operating as an entity. Twitch is saying, if Twitch could speak, Twitch is saying to Nike, we have 4,000 concurrent streamers that stream every month. 4,000 people go live every month. And out of those 4,000, there are X amount of millions of people that tune into live streamers. Would you like to advertise your brand new fucking Air Maxes and run a 30-second ad space? We will charge you X amount of millions so that you can run that ad space. So they're operating as an entity at the end of the day. They're trying to bring value to Nike and not the other way around. And that goes for every entity. That goes for every single entity. As Tim the Tatman is bringing value to the NFL, which is bringing new eyeballs to the NFL, but the players on the court are bringing value to the audience, the crowd. And it becomes one big massive tug of war of value. And it all has to be dispersed equally. And if it's not dispersed equally, then that's where you have a crash. Once a platform implements advertising on their platform or whatever it is, Fortnite, you know, Fortnite is one big gigantic advertising firm now. It's advertising South Park today. It's advertising a new IP every day at 7 p.m. It updates its store. Every single day at 7 p.m. Fortnite updates their store and they advertise an entity. So they became a premium entity to say, okay, Ariana Grande, you're dropping a new album. We're going to do a skin. Let's get that album sold. But in reality, Scooter Braun is contacting Fortnite saying, how much is your package for us to advertise our music there? Because we know that people discover music through Fortnite now. No, I don't. I mean, everyone should be taxed because there are some things that need to operate. As long as those taxes are going to the things that need to operate, like you need your sewer system to always work, right? You don't, when you flush your toilet, you don't want your neighbor's poop coming out of the toilet and fucking exploding into your house, right? So like you need that to operate. So yeah, everybody should be taxed. And the more fucking toilets your operation is operating, you should be taxed the same amount, you know? It's like I said, you know, there's a system in place that you're not going to go fucking fix the sewers for your city. You're not going to go underground and fix the sewers for your city. Someone's got to do it. Yeah, the more toilets you got, you know? Shit. It's just, yeah. We're all entities, man. And once you see that everything is an entity, it's like kind of seeing the Matrix for what it is. And then you can make conscious decisions on how you operate so that you don't fuck yourself over.
People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, and we don't know why.
But you just, okay.
Okay.
Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over. 'Cause
Okay.
so flip
Sorry.
over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to see
Yeah.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
Which one has sent you?
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is,
It's
in
crazy.
solitary.
Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is
So
said.
go ahead, tell it.
The
What's
funny
that?
part is
Yeah.
what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
No,
For
no.
black humor,
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee.
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure. I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had at all the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, because the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility for oneself, right?
In the jail? You
Well,
mean?
that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get two cleaners. Yeah. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have sit there, knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black
Yes.
Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just two collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not
better-
amazing, and I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought it was.
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
Not
I-
amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just two sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the Almond Joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. But remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it. I gotta live off an Almond Joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever, how many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your one Almond Joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
So we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course
The
not.
bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems.
I-
It seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him that day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way
How much longer is this? All right, it's good.
I see the financial markets.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the
original bomb.
Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was
Yes, sir.
as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which may be not right, this was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm, was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your
Santa-
concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe
Yes.
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
Right.
which had been the headquarters of Manhattan, and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
The fuck is this guy investing in a ranch in Los Alamos, bro? Everything that I know about physics and UAPs and NHI is all tied to Los Alamos. I mean, like I said earlier, like there's Extremophiles is one of the things of his key research. Like I showed you guys the fucking document. I showed it to you. Like he was investing in research in extremophiles. That was at the top of the food chain for him. You saw the 5 things that he was investing in. And it just all ties in. When you look at the fact that we dropped 2,000 nuclear warheads on Bikini Atoll, not America, like China, Russia, France, America, all dropped nuclear warheads in the Pacific Ocean. Why? As a test? Even nations that we don't technically align with? Same spot. Look at where all the nukes were dropped. Take a look at the Pacific Ocean nukes, and you'll get a video of every single one of them. They wanted to test 2,000 nukes over a span of years between like 1954 to 1999. And then he invests in a ranch that was funding that science. Huh. Not weird? That's not strange?
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
Of physics.
of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No. It was great. But in fact, most of the money, most of my philanthropy in the area of can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics, and can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think that, okay, I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was really was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with...
He said genetic algorithm. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Yep. He said genetic algorithm. That is correct.
Chris Langdon.
Yeah.
Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day guy.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore Lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that are just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming, that he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics.
Yes.
It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something with, there's numbers can describe certain things,
Yeah.
approximate certain things.
But not everything. There are some things that are just they're unpredictable. I like that he said 350 years because we don't have any real information beyond the 1700s.
But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemists was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just 2 or 3 of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. Pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius.
in such a in the I think mathematically they told me one time I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion,
Are
Newton.
you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think I'll pull up the
okay.
stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people they figure
That probably is inflation. That's why you see.
have lived
Right.
on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just
Okay.
a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents. Mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously no. Yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math. It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician, he was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says, and during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away. And if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach.
Is this guy taking a piss in the bathroom while this dude is... Is this guy peeing behind him, bro, while this dude is fucking giving a fucking Isaac Newton lecture right now? What the fuck is happening in the background with this guy, huh? That's peace stance if I've ever seen it, bro. That's urinating stance if I've ever seen it.
The limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you could never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And what? Because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important?
That's a great question. I need to grab a Coca-Cola because I just ate. Guys, I'm sure you want to know. Yeah. And if you don't want to know, too bad, you're going to find out. Got Catalina Crunch. All right. Gluten-free snacks. And I got the spicy kick one. So your boy's mouth is on fire. Give me a second. I'm going to grab a Coca-Cola because it's the only thing that fucking helps. And I'm just coping because I just like Coca-Cola and that's what I want to drink. All right, we're back. We're back. That shit looks like it costs about $7. The Catalina Crunch. Well, that's a great question. Let's see. Catalina Crunch. Pretty close. Pretty close. Yeah. I'd say pretty fucking close. $7. Pretty close. Bro, so we only eat gluten-free things in this house now. Like everything has to be fucking organic and shit. Even the fucking gummy worms I got, bro. Even the gummy worms I got are freaking gluten free. All right. Everything can't be gluten in this house.
Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
Right, back to Newton. Back to Newton.
The stars was by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, he didn't have cars then, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool, excuse me, pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton? Had
Many-
people
many-
tried it? Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras, had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which is basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other two sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add two triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that two solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, two little metal balls from a string, and they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, now you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure.
And you just can't. You can't measure people's behavior. I mean, you can come close. You can find commonalities like we did yesterday, Jesse, with the talks on Dubai and Super Bowl. We can find commonalities, but man, shit be unpredictable, brother. Shit be unpredictable.
Measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we can have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation,
We
trying
don't
to
believe
hide
in
things.
you don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
But have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's no
fact,
question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead?
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
Because
during
people would normally think
Oh shit, he took his glasses off to answer this, bro. We're about to get some knowledge right now. The hell's about to be said here?
you were soulless. So
Thank you.
Have you just no, but have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes, but what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but this some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology. It's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz that just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or at Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be. They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics? They could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics.
Good. It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher, and as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories: people that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, or if because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes. It appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls are, I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
You, with Murray Geldman, you founded, or were the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically
Yes.
was
It's a
essentially
total failure.
A
Yes.
total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance, I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room, and they say, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling." Science has tried to describe. Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive.
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to have an emotional.
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood, that when
This guy's cutting this dude off when like he's answering crazy shit, and it's freaking me out, bro. Like I'm gonna freak out if he keeps interrupting a fucking high tier answer.
women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that, and you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in a Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. The science hasn't caught up to using dark matter, at least for the general public. Like we don't, like you said, like we can't see infrared. My security cameras can see infrared. It's crazy. Like when I look at my security cameras and I see Loops walking around the house and she's looking at her phone, I can see a flash that's constantly flashing her face from the phone when I'm looking at my security camera, but she doesn't see that flash. It's the same thing like if you take a remote control for a TV and you point it at a CCTV camera and it'll create a light that you don't see. It's just not visible to our spectrum. We don't pick up on that light. So it's like there's probably so many things. That's just what we know of. Infrared, radio waves, Wi-Fi. Like these are only things that we have discovered that we can't see, but they exist, where it's all around us. It's all around us. And we don't understand how it works.
In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and you know, on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
It's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders, and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms, how did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, well, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money, and I said, "How much money do you make a year?" And he said, $400,000. Impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more in your family.
Yeah, but you know, some of the insight that people get are like in the stock market it's like the dumbest shit ever, but people draw massive conspiracy around things that are so simplified. You know what I mean? Like somewhere along the lines, we'll use some of the common folk that we continuously use in conversation. Like somewhere along the lines, Elon Musk was out with somebody. This is something that's entirely possible that could happen theoretically in the stock market. That could most likely did happen, right? Like Elon was out with someone, and he's shooting the shit with one of his boys who happens to be a trader. And he says, "You know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna be on the Joe Rogan podcast." And the guy goes, "Hey, you gonna smoke weed?" Elon's like, I might smoke weed. I think I'm gonna do it." And the guy goes, "Oh, that's going to be really funny if you do, because you know it's Joe Rogan." It's like, yeah, you know what? You know, I will smoke weed. I'll take a couple hits of the joint. I will. You know, it's almost like a gentleman's bet. But now that guy, he has insight, right? Because he knows that if Elon smokes weed, it's going to tank the stock, at least for a little bit. Insight. And then everyone draws up all these like conspiracy theories around shit. But it's just like human beings are human beings, and people can have the ability to communicate things because they know things, or they know someone that knows someone, and people leak shit all the time. And they play it off like, oh, it's like, oh, it's so, this guy is, he must have a super in. He might have a super in. Or he just knows that the multimillionaire was drunk last night and fucked a stripper, and he knows that that stripper is about to leak the video to TMZ because the stripper told him that that was going to happen. You know, so he makes a stock play.
He had made in his entire
Right.
existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. Which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you were on the trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where people, something was happening that people couldn't foretell and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never seen that before. A very small part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to gyrate. You know, there's an old mathematics expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, Wall Street in certain parts.
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly wings. Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
Every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means. But even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? What is human? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your. You say that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words. These are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics.
Dude, you know, like I'm gonna go on record and say AI doesn't impress me one bit. Like, not one bit. Not the slightest bit. When people say AI and they like try to make it to be something that actually is like quantitative in terms of like things that have changed the narrative of history, AI is it's a network of human output. So without our output, it doesn't have anything to feed off. And it's just not impressive to me. You know, like you have taught Google how to find everything that has ever been put on the internet, so it gives you an answer based off of everything that every publisher has published on the internet. But if there is information that has never been published to the internet, it can't reciprocate that information. That's not that impressive. You just taught a computer to spit back the information that was put out there by us. It's even with art, even with design. Like, I listen to AI generated music, and as someone that follows music, like Jesse in the chat, like, I can see like, oh, okay, well, this what do you call it? What's the terminology that you use with AI that you give it? You feed it like a task, and you give it a prompt. There you go. That's the word. So you do this prompt, that prompt, this prompt, that prompt. This is the type of song that I want, and I can go, okay, so it's taking the riff of Timbaland, and it's taking the vocals of Bryson Tiller, and it's using the writing talent of Neo to compose this song. Okay, so it's just not that impressive to me. It's not that impressive. It's very it's just fast Google, you know? And like, it can only get faster, but it can't generate. You know, people upload film and they're like, oh, look at this AI made this footage. No, it didn't. It took a piece of footage from Zack Snyder. It took a piece of footage from a podcast it saw, and it generated the image, and it molded it all together. But when you really look at it, if you have the eye, you can see where the footage came from. Just not that impressive. The prices went up because of the Silicon Valley creators that are trying to get these data centers out, not because of the actual innovations of AI. It's just that they're trying to make it faster. They're trying to make it be able to catch more information, but it can only catch the human output. But if you're impressed by that, that's on you. You know, do you think that's impressive? You think it's impressive that they took away the ability for you to just simply Google the information, and then they just put it into machine learning, and then the machine learning Googles it for you? If you think, hey, Grok, is this true, is actually fascinating, I guess, man, I get that. That's why you're not an artist, you know, this is what it is. And that shouldn't be taken as a diss. Not everyone's an artist. I'm not saying that for it to be a diss to you, but people who create, that actually write music, create jewelry, create art, create things, We're not impressed with AI. That's why you see those that you do see that are like, you know, that are actual directors, producers, engineers, and whatnot. You see like the opposing factor of them being like, ah, it's not that impressive. It just isn't. It's only impressive to those that don't create art. I said what I said because it's a fact. It's not an ego thing. I can pull up so many different creatives like out in the world that are like, AI is a great cover band, but it's not an actual band. It's a great cover band. It is. It can sing to you Aerosmith in a John Lennon way, but it can't create something new. It's just is what it is. No, that's not the same comparison of MP3 to vinyl. It's just simply not. It's a very, very, very different thing. It's just streamlining the information, and you're like, oh, prompt. I would like a red car driving through a sunset. Okay, create that. It's gonna find footage from an old Ford commercial. All right. It's going to take footage from a Fast and the Furious, and it's going to take footage from some sort of like sunset background movie. And to the trained eye, you can see like, oh, I know where all of these pieces have come from. That's why people get caught using AI all the time, because you can use AI to catch AI. There's AI to catch the AI, which hence makes it still not impressive. YouTube has already deployed a thing that catches AI that removed all monetization for AI channels. This was just like a week ago. It's just not that impressive. Yeah, it's like if you want to streamline information, cool. Grok, what's this and that, you know? It's like the calculator, like you said. You know, it's just simple as that. There's no other medium that it's impressive. It's impressive on the medium of searching Google for you and searching the internet for you. Yeah, that's where it's like, oh, okay, like it's got that info. It's gonna make like GPS systems faster. It's gonna make like, you know, like mundane shit. But other than that, it's not really like they put things on like these massive pedestals where they're like, and this happens all the time, where they're like, oh, this is gonna change. This is gonna make everything change. Sort of, you know. No, because everything always counters the other. Everything always counters the other. Where there's going to be good AI slop that turns into undistinguishable AI, there will be as good of AI policing. Therefore, we're going to live in a world where it's like, I can press a button and see, did you edit your picture? Because I have AI that can catch the AI. It cancels each other out. It will always be not that impressive other than using it as a speed search engine or improving your GPS system or some shit like that. Without human output, without human input, it has no output. You know? And that's what people talk about. They're like, oh, when it becomes conscious. When it becomes conscious, it's not really possible. It's still using human data. So People like to fear monger everything, you know? They like to be like, oh, AI is going to replace everything. For you? Tell me how AI can make jewelry. Figure it out. Really think about it. Think about how AI can replace jewelry designers. Think about it. How can that possibly be? I don't feel job insecurity because of AI. And I think a lot of smart people also don't feel job insecurity due to AI. AI is just like, it's gonna remove like someone who does telemarketing. It's gonna remove like someone who does customer service. But like, that's the same sentence of Barack Obama raising taxes and then the person that works at Walmart lost their job. It's not that impressive. You know, at the end of the day, it still just like affects stupid shit. No, it's not, because all that, the reason why it can't be replaced by generative content is once you take monetization away. See, like YouTube has already pulled the plug. Okay. So why would generative content is being, people are using AI because they want to make what? They want to make money. So you sign up for Sora or you sign up for one of these music ones and you think, oh, I've hit the gold mine. I've hit the gold mine. I can generate music and I can get a YouTube video out and I can get it on YouTube and YouTube's going to pay me, and then I can get it on Spotify and Spotify is going to pay me. But YouTube already rolls out anti-monetization for AI because they're using AI tools to catch AI. Oh, you've taken away monetization. So now people are only going to use AI for a hobby, not for just generative content. Because if Twitter deploys the same thing and they're like, oh, you're not going to get paid because you're using AI, then you end up in the same DMCA cycle. You see what I'm saying? So if an AI image of Jay Carrero goes on the internet and someone's getting paid, but I can identify that, oh no, that's my girl's body on a blonde head. Well, I can contact AI, the AI system that's already implemented within DMCA, and have that taken down. That person's no longer going to feel the need to use generative content because they're getting DMCA'd because they're not actually creating the content. Therefore, there's no need for something to exist. The reason why I hit a live button and I stream is for what? Monetization. I don't have to stream. I don't have to be here. No one does. But everybody does everything on the internet for money. Everybody that you interact with on the internet is a creator of sorts because they want to make money. Everyone in chat is doing something on the internet to make money. We've lost the whole entire concept of people just being fans. The time period in which a girl would dress up and just go outside of a fucking hotel room and wait for Britney Spears to walk outside and scream, ah, oh my God, it's Britney. Those days are gone, bro. Everybody on the internet is there to get some form of ROI. Everyone. You, Black Hole, yeah, you're using the internet for ROI. If there was no form of ROI, you would not be using the internet. Same goes for you, Jesse. The same goes for every other person that's lurking in the chat that isn't saying a word. All right? People watch people because people want to get involved somehow. Or invest in people because they want to get involved somehow. So what happens when you take away monetization for generative content? People won't do it. It'll be a deterrent. It's a natural deterrent at that, because also companies don't want to get sued for DMCA, which is the same exact reason why I can't just play Chris Brown on my stream. If I play Chris Brown on my stream and I go to publish my VOD, I'm going to see a big red line that says that this has copyrighted material on it. Okay, so I don't want to play Chris Brown, so I stopped playing Chris Brown because the DMCA was implemented. No more Chris Brown. Remember a time on Twitch when everybody used to listen to music? And then they implemented that thing. And the music industry was saying the exact same thing that you're saying, Black Hole, that the future is going to get so bad that people will be able to just take people's music, and then music artists won't be able to make money. But there's always something that gets implemented that deads the slop from happening, stops Tim the Tatman from playing fucking Drake on his stream. And it'll be the same thing. It'll stop the internet from putting generative content that they didn't actually physically create. And we will revisit this conversation 3 years from now, and I'll be more than happy to be correct. Yeah, it's still hi-fi. There's still hi-fi versus MP3s. Bro, everybody that hits post on the internet is doing it for ROI. How does that not if you could not get paid to use social media, you would not hit post. You're not going to just upload a picture of your socks right now on Instagram for no reason. Unless you're just trying to be funny. And therefore you're doing it because you're getting betted to do it. The point is you want retention, you want engagement. So that engagement turns into a sell. What is it that you're selling? Who knows? Maybe a service, maybe you're trying to monetize yourself, or maybe you're trying to get people to come to your Twitch. Either way, people post on the internet for an ROI. People show up to the internet and put a camera on their face and turn lights on for ROI. Same reason why people go spend a subscription for an AI software and generate content for ROI, not for funsies. People hardly do shit on the internet for funsies anymore. So I don't think we're going to be in a worse space. I think we're going to be in a much cleaner space because there won't be generative content because there's no incentive. What's the incentive of spending $60 a month on a AI software and then generating a video of fucking a horse flying through the clouds? What's the incentive? Why would you do that? Huh? You sound like you're having a mushroom trip right now. What are you talking about, bro? I'm talking about to control the profits. What are you talking about? Are we saying, I'm confused. Are we saying there's going to be a fucking bunch of AI slop all over the place 3 years from now and AI is impressive? Or are we fucking, what are we saying? I've been saying that gaming PCs wouldn't be a thing since they first fucking came up with the concept. I didn't say the concept was going to work, but the concept of streaming gaming like Netflix, once we have the infrastructure where you're getting in real time streaming like Netflix, where you watch a movie and you don't need the hardware, which I do believe we'll get there someday. Yeah, we're not going to need gaming PCs. I mean, I already explained what Xbox is doing next year. The very next Xbox is going to be like a PC hybrid where you can get like to be able to play any PC game for the cost of an Xbox. They're moving away from the console platform and making like they're almost like an iPhone. They're making a Xbox PC that every household can get at a very reasonable price. And once we're there, and what? We'll be looking back at this chunky ass headset like, oh, remember when people used to wear big ass headphones? Yeah, bro, obviously technology will always advance. That's not the conversation we're having. The conversation we're having is whether or not AI is impressive and that whether or not there's going to be generative content everywhere, which we already had a big explosion of generative content and it already slowed down a lot the second that they took monetization away. Black Hole, sometimes when I read the chat, sometimes it looks like he's like the guy. He's like the guy in like GTA that's like on the side of the fucking street, just like saying shit like out of nowhere, like, fuck it, they're trying to control the profits. And you're like, what's up with that guy? And he's like, there's more things that matter in life. I want to meet the creator of it all and take the best mushroom there is. Like, what are you talking about over there sometimes, man? I'm concerned. You having a trip or what? Just be saying shit, man. Fucking what the hell?
He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference. Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So we recognized, when we recognized that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How am I doing on time?
4 minutes.
Fine.
And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
No, this guy wants to quantify everything. The interviewer is, dude, you can't quantify everything. Oh. Oh my God.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and Happy Target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't know.
As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit.
Guy's crazy.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured.
The fact that this dude thinks everything can be measured is why he's not a billionaire. The fact that that's where this guy doesn't, that's where it's not clocking. That's where it's not clocking to this dude. There's no such thing as insider trading lingo. Bro, I told you this. I told you this when like in the early stages, like when you would talk to me about investing, like, brother, you can try to read all the patterns that you'd like. The best measurement is getting intimate with the companies that you're investing in. That's it. If you're not intimate with the companies, you can stare at fucking charts all day. You can stare at charts all day. And you can fucking invest. Go ahead, make a shit ton of money and try to make a shit ton of money and don't get intimate with the companies. Or don't try to understand. Don't try to get in bed with the companies. Don't try to understand the companies. Just look at the charts and then come back and tell me that you actually made money, or show me the individual that is really making money and they're not on Instagram renting a fucking Lamborghini, pretending that they're rich and then inspiring some fucking young kids. Like, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's craziness. It's craziness to think the way that this interviewer is thinking.
You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very good.
You weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing, is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? Let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. Einstein said,
we're not asking you to go to the ninth decimal point.
You didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the ninth.
I don't even. What if I say measure how tall are you? You'd say in your case 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take, between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull, the finer, the more.
You're being rabbinical. This is like.
I shaved my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No, so,
however we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things so that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
What do you know?
No, I want to make you happy.
Back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated thing.
When did you come to this when did you come to this aha moment? Was when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on, in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your 2 brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the.
Okay.
I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. Writing, reading, and arithmetic everyone's supposed to be taught, but writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote.
Boom.
Socrates could think. So that was.
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenter's tool? No, I don't want to get that.
But at least his written record.
Right.
One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetable juice.
Let's go back.
Look what vegetable juice does.
When did that, the beginning of that, was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning, and when I said the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard
What I
said
mistake?
taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer to these questions.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. The one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, "I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money, and if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary. Says these are good people and this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you." What's the other argument?
Let me give you that. I know in my case,
Is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it,
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it, advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
Do you think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no
Why?
question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people with their money.
If we walked into, you're a mathematician. You're a mathematician. If we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
if
I told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is
the
somebody
devil
knows
smart?
the devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, we have to go.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That was good.
Bro, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. It's really it's like, bro, it's really awkward. Acknowledging, I'll say, the intelligence of someone with the reputation of that guy. It's awkward, but we're human, like, you know, like, it's very weird, but that guy was fucking intelligent. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, that dude was fucking intelligent. Now, I don't know, and I don't think any of us will ever know what really has been going on or transpiring in the fucking realm, of Epstein, but those 2 hours were crazy, bro, that we just watched. That guy was smarter than most people, right? Like, I'm not tripping here, right? Like, that's crazy. Bro, that was awkward. Awkward, but super insightful. Because, like, when you, like, if you're one of those people that just gets wrapped up in the news and you don't actually, like, you're one of those people that's like, oh, I heard. You spend a whole lifetime of, I heard Epstein was this way. I heard Bobby Kotick did some shit in the Activision office. I heard that Diddy did this. If you're that person, then, like, you're never gonna get, like, insight. It takes a lot of intelligence to get at whatever weird level they get at. And I don't know, you know. I've never been like that kind of person that's like, I heard, because, like, you really just don't know. At the same time, you don't want to be like an ignorant idiot. Because, like, there's always a what if, right? There's always a what if, right? Like, there is yes, Diddy's a piece of shit. We 100% have video footage of him beating the fuck out of Cassie, right? But then there's also, like, billionaires that, like, might want to bury a wealthy black man under a bunch of other shit, you know? And then use, like, the stuff, like, there's always a what if. Like, everything's not perfect. Like, are we supposed to pretend that everything's perfect and that everybody that gets a bad rep because, like, they have crazy conspiracy tied to their name are we supposed to pretend like everything is just, like, like, actually, like, there's a real morale system operating everywhere? Now, I'm not defending these people. I'm sure there's not much to defend, but there's always a what if. And I'm not going to be one of those people that's like, I can't stand, like, reaction creators. That's why today burning my fingers was a fucking pain in the ass, because I'm like, do I really want to watch YouTube? I can't stand reaction streamers, because reaction streamers typically react and then they give, like, an opinion on a person. and they try to monetize an opinion on a person. I think these fucking streamers on Twitch that are like, oh, what's going on with Trump? Oh, what's going on with Biden? Like, these are the biggest beta bitch ass motherfuckers to ever roam the land. Imagine building a career out of reacting to somebody. So peep, right? So get this, right? Let's just imagine, right? Let's get this. Let's imagine this. And it is a great thing to imagine. Let's imagine Mystic comes, he just bought a house and he starts streaming. All right. Asmon Gold, bro. Fucking Jesus Christ. And we'll talk about hairlines. All right. Dude, let's imagine that Mystic fucking starts streaming his brand new house and he becomes a massive streamer. Becomes a massive streamer, bro. All right. And then I completely fall off. My hair's falling out. My whole house becomes a fucking disaster. And I'm like, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to fucking react to that one thing that Mystic did that was wrong. He said something about somebody. And like, I'm going to react as content so that I can pay my bills. Do you know how much of a fruitcake you gotta be to try to pay your bills on the downfall of another man? There's no way women take you serious, bro. There's no way a girl looks at you and she's like, oh, he's so sexy. There's no way, bro. Never. Never. Women hate gossipy dudes. Bro, there was a time period when like whatever was going on with Bobby Kotick was happening, and there was some people that would just come in the chat and they'd be like, you know, I loved watching you in loops, but I can't support a Call of Duty streamer, so I'll be back when you guys are done playing Call of Duty. It's like, okay, bro. Okay. Cause Bobby Kotick fucked your mom, right? Because he fucked your mom in front of you, right? Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Yeah, bro. It's just, I don't know. React streamers, they're on a whole nother level. I think stick to your lane. I got mad respect for like streamers like Queso and, you know, like just anyone that doesn't react, bro. Once you start doing reaction streams to pay your bills, I think so less of you as a man. Plain and simple, you are not a man. That is hair salon talk. You might as well, we want to talk about packing it up. You might as well pack it up and start and become a hairstylist. You might as well be a hairstylist. You start trying to monetize talking about another man, you might as well start charging for cut, colors, and washes, bitch boy. Better start doing updos for fucking prom season, bitch boy. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna hit start stream and be like, oh shit. Oh shit. Time to start talking about fucking Hassan. Fuck. Hell no, man. Stick to your lane, man. It's like tell me you're not capable of being cool without talking about another man, you know? Dating advice, people, typically comes from people with no significant other. It's just, you know. And my all-time favorite, financial advice people that came from rich parents. Those are my favorite. They're like, oh, it's not even like financial advice people. It's like the fake entrepreneurs on Instagram. Like, these are like the biggest kryptonite of mine. And when I see these people, I just like, I hit block because I can't unfollow them because, like, you know, the politics. Like, I do a lot of business with fucking Nepo kids that fucking have rich parents, but like once you start seeing them post on Instagram and they like start writing captions like, you know, get up, get after it. If I can do it, so can't you. And you're like, hey, bitch ass. You're speaking to people whose dad ain't a multi-millionaire. The fuck are you talking about? If you can do it, we can do it too. What are we talking about today? Are we just making shit up? These are lunatics, bro. They're lunatics, right? There's the queen. Bro, if I hit start stream, if I was in, bro, if I woke up in the morning and, you know, like some shit had gone down and I was like, oh, hey, baby, I love you real quick, but I got to go make a coffee. You want to know why? Because Dr. Disrespect just said something pretty crazy. I got to go react to it. Do you want to know what would happen? Do you want to know what should happen at least? What should happen is I should be sitting here and I should hear that's my girl. Gone. That's what should happen. All right? If you run to your PC to react to a man, the only, all right, okay, there are some GAs. Let's throw some GAs here because it's not linear. It's not linear, okay? There are some gray areas, okay? The only gray area where you are allowed to talk about a man, or anyone for that matter, is if it involves a sport. Because in sports, their job is to compete. But you're only allowed to critique what they're doing in a sport. That's the only area where it's allowed. It's allowed. You're like, oh, what the fuck? Bro, I have no idea what the fuck LeBron James was doing the other day. I have no idea, bro. He showed up half asleep. You know? That's allowed. That's allowed. That's warranted. That's warranted. That's warranted. But the second that you're like, oh, LeBron James, I don't know, man, the way he raises his kids. Hey, man, eat my cock, right? Eat my entire cock. There's the only things that you're allowed to talk about. Sports, professional, like things that are happening within the craft. That's fine. That's fine. You want to talk about the craft? You want to talk about the craft? That's fine. That's fine. But, once people start, nah, we ain't, nope. I might as well be Perez Hilton. Loops, you missed a crazy ass interview. Now you have to do 2 hours by yourself. That interview was insane. You guys know that interview was crazy. This dude talked about physics. He talked about finances. He related finances to being as complex as human genetics. Okay? He talked about light spectrums, radio waves, how science is outdated, and how we need a new measurement of study that goes beyond science. Hello? Hello? He was given the definitions of quantum. subcredit. Bro, that was crazy. That whole interview, that I thought my impressions were different because I see the reputation on the internet because of the, you know, the React streamers. The React streamers have given me a different impression. The news, the media has given me a crazy impression. The impression, what arrived on the screen there is not what I expected. I'll say that. I know I'm sad, guys. I'm babysitting my grandma. Too far more routine that requires me watching it, so I couldn't join. That was the craziest. I don't know, man. I don't know. But hey, Loops, did you go and did you look at all of the text messages that I sent you? All of them, with every picture? Did you read everything that I sent you? Don't do this thing where I send you a bunch of DMs and a bunch of memes and you skip past all the memes I sent you and then you send me a meme and then you hit me up and go, did you see what I sent you? And I go, well, hold on, pump the brakes. You need to pump the brakes. You need to go watch what I sent you first. Don't do this thing here where you fucking start telling me about shit when I was telling you about shit before you woke up. This is a daily pattern that Loops does with me, guys. I'll send this girl 10 memes. Okay? Then she'll send me 3. Won't see one of my memes. And then badger me about not seeing what she sent me. I don't send you books of content. I send you a real information. I'm sorry that the videos the shit that I send you isn't just like a fucking cat falling in a puddle. I send you information so that you are upgraded and you are a more knowledgeable human being upon receiving the information that I'm giving you. You still didn't even answer my question. Did you see all the shit I sent you? She still didn't answer the question. See what she did there? See what she did? Did you see it? I sent you a lot of shit, man. I sent you a lot of shit. But it's crazy because I won't bring it straight to stream, but just know when I predicted this shit, you know that I gave my theory on some of the shit that was going on. And when you go and you look at all the screenshots that I sent you, it's been 2 years since my prediction. I'm pretty close to correct, bro. What up, Big Bear? What up? I know I will post. I will start posting some of the clips, man. I just like, dude, when I get off stream, I'm like, the last thing in my mind is like editing, because I get off stream and then it's like, all right, well, it's time to definitely consider, you know, it's sexy time now. Like I'm off stream, day is done, because I get on stream after the work is done, after the real work is done, after, you know, like my property's handled, jewelry's handled, you know, my family's handled, then I stream. It's video game time. This is not a job to me. And then when I get off stream, I'm like, oh, it's sexy time. And then when I wake up the next day, it's back to work. And And I don't think about fucking downloading the clips and posting them. But I need to. My dream is that some young individual or someone that has the free time will want to monetize posting clips. And they can take 100% of the money from the TikTok. If they know how to operate TikTok and they don't want to be a content creator, cool. You can take 100% of the money from TikTok. I don't need the money, you know? Shit, I don't, you know, if you want to, it's a win-win. You want the YouTube, you can have the YouTube. I'll just exist. I'll stream. You take the YouTube money. Because at the end of the day, if you're posting my shit, then you know, you're helping the stream. The stream's doing good. Then my jewelry company's doing good. You take the YouTube money. What the fuck? I need it all. Everyone eats. Everyone eats in that situation. That's my dream. That's my dream. I know I'm asking a lot, right? I know I'm asking a lot because I'm not one of those fucking streamers that has like fucking, you know, like fucking Iggy Azalea twerking in the background. But like, it's my dream. We can dream. We're all allowed to fucking dream. When I become full-time, I'll be doing this and don't need 100% of that for sure. I promise you I want to become a full-time creator with multiple flows. Yo, but shit, you can take the other social money, man. Without a doubt. Because we're all eating at that point. My bandwidth is just so crazy because of the jewelry business. If I didn't have the jewelry business, to be honest with you guys, I'd have so much more time. But that's like my number one focus. And I don't want to squander the time that I've put into this company. Guys, I put 15 years into this company. This October will be 15 years. So it's like, it's not as simple of like, you know, I'm going to take, you know what, I'm going to fucking put the jewelry on hold to try to build the stream. Even though I know it's conducive, the conversation is conducive, because if I build the stream, it also does help the jewelry company, but it prolongs the jewelry company. And that's also what I don't want to do. I don't want to prolong the jewelry company since I'm coming up on a 15-year anniversary. Yeah, I just need an editor. That's it. That's it. Someone to log into my TikTok and just post away. You know? I saw someone said what happened to Region. What happened to Region is what happens to every boy that turns 21. It's time to start chasing vagina. You know? And then you stop thinking about work for a while. I remember turning 21, you know? I stopped thinking about whatever fucking job I was doing then too. ISO 2700, bro. What the fuck are you filming the Milky Way? This dude said ISO 270,000. Guys, fucking filming the Milky Way. Did I say something that was accurate or predictive? In what I sent you, Lubes, just know. Remember when I said this? I go, I'll say this. I go, now you know what the information I sent you, but I don't want to say too much on stream because we'll unpack it at a later date once we find out a little bit more information. But I said, I don't know how much of it is necessarily just, I guess we'll say sexual, as opposed to it being scientific and weird. Take it for how you want to take it. Take it how you want to take it. Just, it's not, dude, you act like I said you, bro, you, hold on a second. What did you just say to me, Loops? Did you say, hold on a second now. Let me fucking go back. Let me scroll back up in the chat and see what the hell she just said to me. Wait, before I read all the info, tell me. You say anything that, all right, okay, so you're gonna read it. You're gonna read it. Okay, I thought you were about to prolong the 8 screenshots I sent you, as if it's fucking such a crazy task for you to look at 8 screenshots right now. A book. This girl says I sent her a book. I sent 8 screenshots. How many memes do you guys send to your homies a day? I get literally fucking 92 memes from Thundernut every day. 92 memes, bro. 92 memes from Thundernut. 145 from Hawaii Anthony. Not even joking. And Thunder is a like a multi-genre meme sender. My guy sends me memes from if I open TikTok, I'm not joking. Thunder sends me memes from every platform. It doesn't matter what platform, bro. He sends me memes. Look at all the memes Thunder be sending me. Motherfucking meme city, bro. That's how we communicate now. I think that's how we communicate as society. I think what we're doing is we're rediscovering that, like, the hieroglyphics on the pyramids was just like, that's like where we end up when we max out. Like when we max out, it's just pictures. But we're getting to a point that we no longer talk to each other anymore. We send memes, and eventually we're just gonna start sending fucking pictures, and it's just it's just gonna be like hieroglyphics, and we're all gonna know what the fuck that is. I think we're just we're just going through the cycle again. What, memes is an American thing? Well, yeah, that makes sense because you're in Germany. They invented everything. That makes sense, Black Hole. You're in Germany. The Germans invented NASA. What do you want? Huh? This dude said he wants simplicity, and he's on Earth in the year 2026. Hey guys, get a load of this guy. He wants simplicity, and he's on Earth in the year 2026. What the fuck is simple? What's simple? Hey guys, get a load of this guy. I got good news, guys. My fingers aren't hurting anymore. Like, it's been, how long have I been live? I've been live for 4 hours and 56 minutes. I burnt my fingers 2 hours before I started streaming. I had my fingers submerged in ice water for 3 of those hours. And now they actually start to feel good. I guess I can play video games soon. There ain't nothing simple in 2026. Everything's fucking complicated. Everything's complicated. We're in like the upside down, bro. Everything's complicated. 20 years ago, like 20 years ago, like just think about how simple everything was. Like you could just like, you just get like a decent job, you go to school, you get that career, it just all made sense. And then like 20 years later, bro, you know, like chicks are making more money than dudes showing feet. It's 2026, bro. Nothing simple. Bro, if 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 reincarnation is a thing, I hope I'm a female in my next life, bro. No Bruce Jenner shit, bro. No Bruce Jenner shit. I love being a man. I'm saying in my next life, since I don't remember my past life, I don't know what I was before. If reincarnation is real, what I'm saying is, if in my next life I could just have like, if I could have like a little break, I would like to make 6 figures showing toes. You know? You mean to tell me like I don't have to like work at the airport and a restaurant and a nightclub at the same time while trying to maintain my physique, while trying to eat enough protein to keep my physique at the same time, not, you know, like just be a bad bitch? Just get money? Throw in some fucking Nike leggings and just pose in the mirror? Boom, paychecks? No Bruce Jenner. No Bruce. I'm not saying I want to be a woman. I'm not saying I want to be a woman. I'm not saying my current life I want to be a woman. I'm saying it. I'm saying if reincarnation's for real, you know, I wouldn't mind giving that a test drive. You know? Do want simplicity in 2026. That interview got me messed up, bro. Like I'm actually like I'm stun locked thinking about that interview because like I expected it to be I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. That's all I know. I didn't expect that. That's all I know. What else is going on out there in the world? You know, other than that, what's happening out there? I want to know what's up with like there's so many other things I'm interested in. I'm not like interested in people and like those types of conspiracies. I'm more interested in like I'm sorry, I guess I'm gonna have to regurgitate the German shit. I'm more interested in like outer space and like finding like life forms on other planets and where the fuck some things come from. And dude, there's so much I want to know. There's so much I want to know in such little amount of time. CERN and fusion reactors, yeah, that's a good one. Like I want to know, what are they doing? What are they doing in Switzerland, bro? What's really going on in Switzerland, bro? Did you guys ever see the CERN ceremony? You guys ever saw the CERN ceremony? That was the craziest ceremony I ever seen. What was that, bro? Hey, man, what even was that? They had like dudes in underwear with like bull heads dancing around like, dude, what was that, bro? Yeah, these are the things that I want to know. These are like the stuff that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in how, like why Ice Spice got a SpongeBob song. I'm one of those articulate guys that is complicated. I'm a complicated information searcher. SpongeBob big guy pants okay. The hell's that even mean? I'm just saying here. You ain't seen the fucking bro. Oh my god. You didn't see the CERN ceremony? This is diabolical, man. I have to show you. Because I know that you guys haven't seen it. I know you haven't seen it. Somebody had to have seen it.
What you're about to see is
Oh no. I don't want commentary. I don't want commentary. Just show me the ceremony.
video.
Come on, I don't want commentary on it though.
Of days is
Oh, he's gonna give commentary. Hold on, wait till I find the one that doesn't have commentary. What was it called? The CERN Gateway Ceremony? Nope, that ain't it either. What do I fucking call it, bro? It was the opening ceremony, but there's like I'm not even joking. Like as I'm searching for it, it's like it's not there. Like I'm seeing yeah, why is there a lamb? Like why is there a dead lamb? Why is there a lamb? I think I might have found like what I need to search to watch this. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Wasn't it like Loops? Wasn't it like an hour long? Like the videos I'm seeing are like 6 minutes. It wasn't 6 minutes.
Brethren, be strengthened in the Lord. And many actors were employed.
Nope. See, this is a commentary video, just like people that are like freaking out about it, which rightfully so. Rightfully so. Like, 'cause once you see it, you're like, I got it. I got it. Hey, Loops, I subscribe to YouTube Premium too. So your premium should be it's got a watermark. Yeah, we are going full Bohemian Grove right now. It's honestly bigger. It's actually more than Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove? Hey, man. Hey, bro. Bohemian Grove looked like an actual decent time compared to this. All right? Wait till you see this shit. We all know in the chat what CERN is, right? We know what that is. Particle accelerator. The stretching miles underneath Switzerland. All right. Honestly, Loops, I don't think we saw the indoor part. I think this is like longer than the one we saw. We saw like half of this. Like, bro, look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. I would love to be a fly on the wall just to know what is happening here. And yeah, bro, who are you telling me? So are you trying to explain to me that this elderly woman right here is part of a dance crew? Are you telling me that this is a dance crew? These people are all pushing 70. How do I hire this group of people? Is that even possible? Is there a way to find these people? If I like, like I have some sort of event where I need 70-year-old background dancers, where do I find these people? Bro. Yeah, hey, Loops, this is before they get outside, by the way. This is before they get outside. We didn't see this part. Bro, what the fuck? Am I seeing titties, bro? What the fuck is this? Yeah, so I'm like, I thought at first it was TOS, but then I realized I'm not sure anymore. Bro, what is that? What is that supposed to represent? That's a fallen angel? That thing with the gray face with the black eyes? That thing, that's a fallen angel. This right here. This is a fallen angel. Bro, this is why I run to my car in dark parking lots, because I think of shit like this. This is why when Loops is like, can you go outside in the driveway and start the car for me because it's cold? This is why I sprint. Because I think of shit like this. Yeah, Loops, hey, what do you think, right? Hey, Loops, what's going on? I know like they don't know yet, and we'll get there, but hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? All of a sudden, the shit that I was like, you know what, I don't even know how I said it too back then, but I said, I don't think everything is how everyone's putting it out to be. And that is crazy. But speaking of crazy, how am I supposed to interpret what's going on here? This is before, by the way, like this is the same one we watched, Loops, but this is before they make it outside. A fallen angel. Yeah, right, bro. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Can somebody explain to me what this has to do with a particle accelerator and the science behind it? My bad, my bad. Yeah, is that a better side for my camera because of the logo there? Is that better? Bro, you telling me this guy right here is just practicing choreography right now somewhere? That's what he does. This is what he does for work. And he can afford canned beans and like rice and shit. Yeah, right. Where I feel like if I participated in this, that like I have bad luck for the rest of my life. Like if I just was a background dancer in this, like it's GG's, I'm gonna be seeing the Shadow Mans every day. Like I'm gonna be brushing my teeth and going to look in the mirror, boom, demon behind me somewhere. I'm not even religious, but boom, demon. I would think I'm gonna start seeing demons just because I participated in this. And I'm not even like that crazy religious, you know? Like I believe there's a higher power, but I just think if I participate in this, there's going to be other powers that get involved in my life that are going to be trying to push me downstairs and shit. Yeah, get up on a large sum of money and then also end up on the wrong side of the highway. Yeah, I'm gonna come up all right. I'm gonna come up all right. Motherfucking first class ticket to meeting Princess Diana. Hi, Kira. I told you, bro. I told you. You thought Bohemian Grove? We all seen the Alex Jones Bohemian Grove video. What the hell is this? There's no way this is a real human being, bro, that performs like this. There's no way, man.
Sancta Barbara, beschütz alle, wo künftig durch die Röhre durchsüset und verschon uns vor jeglicher Art von Unglück, wie Tunnelbrand etc.
Yeah, it's art, dude. I'll take a shit in my hand and throw it at the next fucking car that drives by. Say the same thing. It's art. Yo. Yo. Yeah, Loop says, I don't know what he's singing. He's not singing that shit into my ears. Black Hole goes, what are we getting indoctrinated into right now? Yeah. We can all feel that we're getting sucked into something that we didn't ask for, right? Like that we can all feel it, bro. That's the point. That's why I wanted to show this to you guys, because we can all feel that this doesn't make sense, bro. Something's not up. Something's not up, bro. Something's not up. It's even sketchier that this shit is mad hard to find on YouTube. I had to Google it, and then I had to get to a third-party website. It's like they took all the original ceremony off of YouTube. Come on, come in. Does anybody have a translator? You guys figure out what he's saying here? Fuck, he's already done, bro. He's already tippy-toeing out of here. I just saw him tippy-toe, fucking speed tippy-toe out of here. Fuck was that, bro? Bro, if I saw this being performed in public and I accidentally stumbled upon it, I'm thinking immediately I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm thinking like an arrow's gonna go through my fucking neck and I'm gonna be fucking for dinner. Like, oh, I stumbled upon something I shouldn't have seen. I guess it's GG's. Bro, they did this performance on a rail, like that's a real rail that they're riding on, like a train rail. Okay. What is happening here, bro? Bro, was that the Pope? Was that the Pope? Yeah, I felt the same thing that you said, Black Hole, that we're celebrating the like they're making fun of the novelties of humans, but the fact that they put the Pope in there with that is that's not crazy. We're just gonna ignore that the Pope came out with the clowns? We're not ignoring that part, right? Yeah. All right, all right, I'm reading this right. Loop said that. Yeah. Okay, I'm reading this right. Yep. All right, I agree with you, Loops. But why did the Pope come up with the clowns? What's going on here, bro? Like those is. You think they're up there spinning in silence? Or you think they're like giggling to each other? Or you think they just like actually fucking avatars? Like they were ripping up there like a ceiling fan. They were spinning as fast as a ceiling fan together. Think they're up there silent? They dragged the little kid into it, bro. They got little kids at this ceremony. They dragged the little kids into it. This is like a middle school. It's like a, bro, that girl in there is like in preschool. She doesn't even know she's in the ceremony. She doesn't even know what she's doing. She's gonna look back at this like, fuck. Yo, that's a good point, Black Hole. I haven't seen one. Kendrick coming out would be wild, bro. You goddamn right. Goddamn right, we're not like you. Oh my god, dude. If he came out here. You both said that at the same time. You guys found one, okay? The point still stands in my opinion. The point still stands in my opinion. Alright? Listen, bro, just because you saw one does not mean the point has been invalidated, alright? Tarzan was raised by a pack of apes. Alright? One human. Someone, because she could have got lost. We don't know. We don't know her origin. She could have got lost. She could have been found. Loki was found, right? He's not actually Asgardian. Right? He actually commands the Bifrost. He's actually an ice giant. He got lost. He wasn't supposed to be there. Maybe she was found on a boat and raised by them. Let's stop assuming around here. Don't unpause. Oh. She wants to watch this, huh? Behind them, don't unpause. A Renaissance painting. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Hold on, I gotta see. Oh, it is a Renaissance painting. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And they made this part of this because the way that they mirrored it, or whatever I'm looking at, they made it look like a portal or something. It's already GG's, brother. Whatever we've already been hit with, it's already in our system, bro. The hell is this? Oh, this is the people transporting to the next part of the ceremony. Supposedly, this is the official ceremony for CERN, a Hadron Collider, so we can move particles at the speed of light. Nah, bro, if I was just like hiking and I was up here and I seen this shit going on, I was just like up here, kind of just like about my day, like, gotta go for a sprint, baby. All right, I'll be back. All right, hit the fucking back roads, scenic route, one might say. And then I see this. I don't think I'm getting home. I wouldn't think I'd be making it home. What up, mass murder? And every time they drop, they're like opening a hole. Boom. Now they pulled the whole mountain open. Boom. What's behind it? A borehole. Just waking up? I apologize. This is some really weird shit to wake up to, bro. feel like I kind of fucked up your whole morning. This is in Switzerland. This is the opening ceremony of CERN. The Hadron Collider. Those definitely ain't tidy whiters. Those are more like fucking towny brownies, dude. Shits were filthy. This was like your average Lady Gaga concert. I feel like The Weeknd's about to come out. Okay. All right. Okay. What's this supposed to represent? Oh my god, this guy's about to fucking launch. I saw him clip his way onto that thing. Yeah, to aliens, this has to be the equivalent of us looking at people that are in the cargo cult. Heard of the cargo cult? You never heard of the cargo cult? Brother, look it up. The cargo cult is a collection of indigenous motherfuckers that seen they seen the military land. They never seen planes before, and when they seen the military land, they made like airplanes and turned them into gods, and they call them the cargo cult because they were like cargo planes. So they worship the planes now. Now they actually worship the planes. That indigenous group of people, they like made shrines of the planes out of wood. And they like pray to the planes that the planes will come back because they had like cargo of like oranges and apples on it. So they're like, oh, like it must be a deity. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Look up the cargo cult. You're welcome. Dude, what? So I know we're 42 minutes into this video, but I just like, I think we need, like, I think we need a reminder that this is an opening ceremony for CERN, which is a Hadron Collider in Switzerland. This is the opening ceremony for scientific research. All right, I don't know. I don't know, man. Bro, they could only get away with doing this shit in Switzerland, bro. Because if they did this shit in like, the Amazon, they'd get just like a whole group of like massive apes would just rush the stage and fuck everyone up. Just for disturbing the jungle, bro. Like they could only get away with this in Switzerland. They did not deserve any sun this day. Notice how it's not a sunny day. Yeah, the sun, does it even come out? No. The sun wants no partake in this, bro. Well, there's no way that these people are real, bro. There's no way that they choreographed this and they rehearsed this somewhere. And after they were finished rehearsing, they just went to the movies and like had pizza. There's no way. These aren't normal people. These are not normal people, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, we all know drama club people. Like, we all went to school. We all saw the artsy people. There's no way these are those people. Yeah, they don't go. These people, I don't believe they go home after this. That's what I'm saying. I think they go somewhere else that they don't. I don't know where they go. I don't know where they go. But it ain't Applebee's. Look at all these like venture capitalists and CEOs. Bro. We gotta figure out who some of these people like. I made it questions. I have more questions than I'd like to fucking admit. But like we need to figure out who like this guy is, like who is this right here? What royal world leader is that? Who's that? Because obviously they rule something, right? Right? Well, they staffed 1,000+ people for this ceremony. Rigged up a whole outdoor stage. And the crazy part is that everybody here, except maybe this guy, like, they're like content, as if they like were aware that this is what it was. Like, no one here is acting like shocked, like, oh, what the fuck is this? Did they get like an itinerary? Did they get a little pamphlet a week ago that explained to them what they were going to be witnessing? How are they just chilling? It just tells me they're all in some weird shit. Now, this guy, though, this guy seems concerned. Like, he got the invitation but didn't quite get the memo. So he's looking at his boy and he's like, yo, y'all ain't seeing this? And then this guy right here, he looks a little scared too. Like, he's like, what the fuck, where am I at? But like, other than that, for the most part, like, everybody here seems like they're what is this, guys? See, like, this is one of those situations where you almost wish that it got more viral, because people need to ask more questions. I don't think enough people seen this. We might be a very rare group of people in America that have seen this video.
Ah oui, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait, ces tennisman, Stan?
Je sais pas, mais... Regarde, il est mignon. Il est beau. Il est magnifique.
What the hell is happening here, bro?
Non,
Parce qu'il l'a vu, lui, le...
What the hell is happening right here, right now?
je sais pas. Non, il l'a pas vu, mais il a, sur le plateau, en accroche, il a dit un mot sur Oggy, il l'a critiqué, c'est ça?
Ah ouais.
Honnêtement, j'ai pas écouté.
Elle couche pas.
Ah, mais c'est bien parti.
Ok.
Holy. Look at the intensity of this one right here. Yo, mad intense. So much energy being put into that mug.
Ouais. Est-ce qu'il demande quoi? Il demande tout.
On n'avait pas jusqu'à 5h30, une trêve jusqu'à 5h30.
Ouais.
Dude, what is this supposed to represent, huh?
Enfin, le truc, ils s'étaient engagés à commencer qu'à 5h30 pour nous.
Ouais. Ouais, ben, il fallait leur dire qu'on avait un accord avec. Voilà. Ils mettent d'abord tout le monde chez eux, puis ils nous avaient promis, puis ils recommençaient qu'à 5h30. Ah ouais, mais alors l'oreillette, elle est pas bonne. C'est pas possible avec lui, les grandes oreilles. Mais non, il y en a une qui va pas, celle de gauche, elle va pas. Hein.
Ouais, faut tirer le fil après.
Faut tirer le fil sur la gauche. Ah, monsieur Solari, monsieur Solari.
Ouais, puis,
Ouais. Ouais. Ouais.
It's crazy because Switzerland is beautiful, but then you see shit like this and you're like, I don't know if I have to go there. I don't know if I have any real reason to go there. Yeah. See, that makes more sense. This is the ceremony to Hunger Games. That makes sense. That make a lot of sense. I'd be like, oh, yeah, for sure. Like, picture Katniss Everdeen in the back, and then all the other tributes, districts, and whatnot, and then the games would begin. Yeah, look at this fucking... Jesus Christ, man. Yo, hold up a second. Yo, hold up. There's no way. What is going on right here, bro? I don't know about this face either. What is that face? Holy. And then this guy got put in the position of positions here. This guy's like, I don't know if that is what I think it is. So I'm not really going to react. I think I would probably look, if I was sitting there, I probably would look like this guy. That's it. That's it. The fuck did, yo, what did we just watch, bro? What did we just watch? Yo, he walked out of there like he was never there. Oh. I don't know how to recover from that. I don't really know how to recover from that. My algo is going to the dumps now. Oh, my cat has been sleeping next to me this whole time. Oh, my camera died. Oh, it's actually warm in here right now. Kiri, you want me to go to bed soon or what? I've been up all day. Been up overnight. What are you guys getting into today, huh? It's Monday. What's on the plate, man? Yo, Missy, you had to move in the craziest temperature of like history, huh? I was thinking about that. I'm like, man, what a wild like week that you have to move. Like the temperature just happens to be the worst it's ever been. Like an actual like a historical temperature. That's crazy. But man, massive. Got the move done. Got the move done. It's gotta feel good. It's gotta feel good. That's gotta feel good. It's time to come back to the content. Do I do the unthinkable and fire up a 3-year-old game? See if there's lobbies. What are the odds that I go in there and I actually just annihilate everybody? There's no one in Ghost Recon. I wish there was people in Ghost Recon. I'm not even joking. Ask Loops. I opened up Ghost Recon last week, and I check. The only place that I can find lobbies is in Rainbow Six Vegas 2. During the weekdays on Xbox at like 7 p.m. Eastern time, if you fire up Rainbow Six Vegas 2, you will find like 12 to 13 dedicated motherfuckers that fire up that game. I'm not joking. Nah, there's no aimbot. Bro, I'm on PlayStation. Reminder, bro. There's no, you know what I mean? We don't deal with the bullshit you deal with. We chose the path of happiness, man. Console only FPS. I'll never go back either. I'm Team Jinxie, bro. Team Jinxie. Downloading weapon blueprints. One match. I have not played this game in months. Is there a way to check when I last played the game before I get into a match? Plus, I'm overtired. I probably need to get the hell out of here soon. When was my last game played? I have 17 minutes of Warzone played when this game was out. Modern Warfare 3 was way better than Black Ops. I think this was the last decent situation. Like, Black Ops is garbage. It's not garbage. It's not garbage. Black Ops 6 was garbage. Black Ops 7 is okay. The current Call of Duty right now is okay. Is okay. I say that, you know, as bland as I possibly can. It's okay. It's not bad. I'd be lying if I said it was bad. But it's not great either. So. Oh my god, I got a match. I got a match. I don't even know what to run. Black Ops 2 was the best Black Ops. But I'm a Modern Warfare guy. So I agree with you on that. I'm a big Modern Warfare guy. I don't even have my, it's not even my loadout.
Eliminate the enemy. Leave none alive. We have taken the lead.
Oh. Guy scared the shit out of me. Oh, shit.
We've lost the lead.
Yeah, of course, everybody that's here is a fucking absolute super sweat. It's gonna be a tough one, man. Everybody that's a remainder on this game is a sweat.
Friendly mosquito deployed.
This is not.
Friendly UAV online.
Oh my god.
Friendly mosquito active. Enemy UAV active.
Like I said, everyone that's left is a sweat. Fuck. Guys in our spawn, guys.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy in the area.
Visual on a target.
I saw him in the last second. I know where he is. Saw him in the very last second.
Hostile cluster mine detected.
Enemy spotted. Stun grenade. Fucking reloading.
Somehow I'm top fragging on my team right now.
Hostile mosquito is online.
Throwing a stun grenade.
Ah!
Hostile cluster mine active.
What did I hit? What did I hit right there? Move, bucko. Nah, I don't need to deal with it like that, bro.
Enemy mark.
My team is not providing any help whatsoever, bro. Yeah, get turned into a fucking crab apple, pussy.
Friendly mosquito deployed. Enemy UAV active. Hostile SAE near your position.
I don't understand, bro.
The enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. Hostile cluster mine detected.
Hostile eliminated.
Engage.
Whoa.
Enemy spotted.
I don't know where I'm getting shot at from.
Enemy in the AO. Copy that.
Look at the spawn I'm in right now. You guys just gonna all stay in the spawn or what?
Hostile AMS active. Friendly cruise missile deployed.
Where?
Engage.
Sorry, buddy. My team's garbage, bro. They're garbage. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's my first match. I haven't played this game in months. And for whatever reason, I'm better than everyone on my team.
Got your 6.
1 minute remaining. Hostile UAV in the area. Hostiles deployed the remote turret. Enemy in the AO. Hostile SAE.
I don't understand.
Seconds remain.
Oh, it's diabolical.
10 seconds remaining. Hostiles launched the cruise missile. Mission failed. Return to base.
Hoo, ha, he. You trash asses. Couldn't even get a...
That guy just sit on a 3-year-old game to talk shit to people that come in that haven't played the game in months. With like a 5 foot, like a 5'7" and under voice. I never understood it. I never understood why like small people run their mouth in comms in a video game. Like, dog, you can't reach the top shelf in the kitchen. Like you know, the cereal is inaccessible for you. You running your mouth. Nah, dude, he was level 1250, like whatever, fucking the max level, whatever the max level is, that's what that dude was. 1, 2, like, yeah, he was 1250. Level 1250 is max level. I played a lot of MW3. I never hit max level. I mean, I played so much, dude, I never hit max level. So imagine the kind of loser you gotta be. Imagine how much time you have to have in this game. My guy prestiged all the way to the top, bro. Max level.
Team deathmatch. The mission is simple. Kill them all. Enemy operator.
That guy fucking stands in front of me. I gotta get involved. I just gotta get in the fight. Nice. I actually got good teammates. We might win this. It's all you, bro. See, like I shot this. I shot the luggage. I saw the friggin' luggage fly.
Friendly UAV on station.
Where? How are you down there, brother? Like, how are you down there and I'm getting killed? You're down there. You're with the enemy. You're next to him. Yeah. Peeky, you fucking worm. Val 27.
Engaging.
Holy shit.
Enemy UAV active. Hostile UAV in the area. Hostile counter UAV overhead.
My eyes are so dry right now. My eyes are way too dry.
Friendly UAV on station. Mosquito available. You're halfway to mission complete. Finish it.
Got you covered.
Mission time is half over. Maintain the lead. Enemy UAV active. IMF is online. One kilo standing by. Enemies deploy the counter UAV. Hostile UAV in the area. Substitute inbound weapons cut. Enemy marked. Baxter is low on ammo. RTB for best supply. Friendly UAV online. Enemy UAV active. Hostile counter UAV overhead. Our mosquitoes out. Mosquito standing by.
Oh, I'm peeking that again. got a 10-point lead right now. What a dumbass. He peeks that again. Oh my god, I hit that through the smoke. Definitely thinks I'm cheating. Definitely thinks I'm cheating.
Hostile UAV in the area. Still available. Friendly cruise missile approaching target. Switching mag. The enemy is in disarray. Press the final minute.
Putting the boots on these motherfuckers right now.
IMF is online.
That's it.
The mission is complete. Good work.
They type to each other. That's so corny. That's so corny. People that, if you're one of those people that like runs to like the typing thing after, like that's got to be some new generation shit. Like at the end of the match, you run to the typing area within the game client and you're like, get shit on. You type that out. Bro, open your mic. No, it doesn't depend what's going on. Open your mic and be a man. People just like write like get better. They just write stupid shit L. They don't have any nuts. Open your microphone. Game client chat. Hold that L. They type it. They're not even man enough to just say that in the comms. Just open your mic. So weird. Like Call of Duty's quiet. Used to be like people would always be on a mic. Remember when the match would end and you would hear a minimum of 8 people yelling at each other. The match would end, it would say victory or defeat. Right when that screen popped up, you'd hear all 8 people yelling at each other. Yeah, it's a PC thing, bro. Definitely a PC thing. That's definitely my mom is in the other room making me mac and cheese. That's what that is. All right, dude. All right. It's nap time for me. It's 1 in the afternoon. No, I'm done. I'm done. It's nap time. I got a day ahead of me. I got stuff to do. That's crazy. I did an entire live stream. What? 7-hour live stream. I played 1 video game, 2 matches. What up, Sally? Return just in time? Yeah. What are you doing, Loops, huh? Cleaning up from lunch. Oh. Yeah. Come here, Kira. It's time. It is time, baby. No, don't fuck up my shirt. Don't fuck up my shirt because you got nails. Hi, Kira. Hey, Kira. Kira, I love you. I know I love you too. You tired? You sleepy? Kira. You tired? Yeah. You wanna go take a nap? You wanna take a nap? Go take a nap. It's time. Say hi. Say hi. She's tired right now. Kira, I love you. I love you also. Yeah. Look around. Look around. She's so tired right now. All right, motherfuckers. All right. Don't fuck up my shirt. We're gonna go downstairs. We're gonna climb in the bed. We're gonna snug. We're gonna put on a Disney movie and nap it out. We're gonna nap it out. And when that movie ends, I'm gonna hear it's quiet, and you're gonna want to eat. You're gonna want to poop, and then I'm gonna wake up. Okay? Nice little 2-hour nap. Ugh.
You wanna stay, just stay for long. You got the sweetest touch, I know. You might just dance with the mother.
Alright guys, appreciate you watching the weird shit with me. That video was crazy. Loops, I'm gonna FaceTime you in a little bit. See you guys later. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
I wanna touch all of your spots, baby. Just let me in, or let me win, 'cause I can't let my baby go. There's nothing I can say, 'cause I can't let my baby go. There's nothing I can say. You wanna just watch me pop the top. I wanna touch all of your sensation. Your loving is a waterfall.